Third call for nominations. Third call for nominations. Third call for nominations. Nominations are now closed. Again, thank you for everybody for putting your name forward. For the position of president, we have Mayor Rebecca Alty, City of Yellowknife, and Mayor Clarence Wood, Town of Inuvik. For the position of Director for Cities, Towns, and Villages, we have Deputy Mayor Natasha Kolakowski, Town of Inuvik, Mayor Candace Jameson, Town of Hay River, Councillor Kevin Campbell, Town of Fort Smith, and Mayor Frank Pope, Town of Norman Wells. For the position of Directors for the Hamlets, Charter Communities, and Community Governments, we have Councillor Barbara Hart, Hamlet of Enterprise, and Chief Doreen Eremaker, Community Government of Gamity. Elections will be held at 11:30, and at this time I would like to congratulate, congratulate the two directors for Hamlet's Charter Communities and Community Governments, Councillor Hart and Chief Eremaker, who have been acclaimed, will serve on the board for the next 2 years. See you back here for the elections at 11:30 for the other positions. Thank you very much. Back to you, Chief.
Thank you. And just a reminder to make sure you complete all your questions for the scavenger hunt. Who's the scavenger hunt? Out in the lobby there. I call it the lobby, but it's just our own lobby there. It will close after this morning's nutrition break, and the draw for prizes will happen right after lunch. So this morning we have, just like yesterday morning, interactive sessions, but this morning they're different. So you'll get to meet some new faces, learn some more stuff, and also talk to the people about your community. It's not a one-way street. Let's make sure it's a two-way street so they learn some stuff about us too. So we have a number of organizations that deliver programs and services. The interactive sessions for this morning are Your Insurance Program Questions Answered, Ask Your Lawyer a Question with Brown Lee, LLP. We have the Arctic Inspiration Prize. We have the Arctic Energy Alliance, which will be talking about energy project funding and community energy planning. We have an update from the Federation of Canadian Municipalities by President Tanine Rudick. We have the NWTAC, funding and support for climate change adaptation projects. We have the Department of Municipal and Community Affairs, wastewater surveillance. MAC has also got a second table with the great old topic of access to information and privacy, ATIP. ENR is going to do an NWT Purple Air project. I'm not quite sure what that is, so I'd probably have to check that table out. And rounding it all out is CERNAC, NRCan, that's going to talk about federal funding for clean energy projects. So just like yesterday, you'll probably be able to get 8 to 10 people per table. The presenters will talk about their session for about 5 minutes, then 8 minutes for questions and feedback, and then about 2 minutes for you to wrap up. There'll be a signal, just like yesterday, to get folks to change their tables. And you'll have a recording sheet, which you can get at your first table, which you can bring, jot down your notes and bring it back and talk to your other colleagues who haven't been able to make it here today. We'll take a break in the middle to stretch our legs, get some coffee, and an opportunity to visit the trade show booths. Again, you may not be able to get to all the tables, so make sure you plan accordingly. Try to hit the ones that you really want to see right off the top. And after the conference is done, workshop material will be available to everybody on the NWTAC AGM website, So if you can't make it to one of the tables, you can always read about them after and, reach out to them, and you can probably set up your own personal one-on-one, more than 15-minute conversation. And we just ask that everybody be respectful, move on to the next table so that others can join in the conversation. And again, it's an opportunity, tip of the iceberg, get to meet the person, follow up conversations at a later date. With that, you can go, fill up your coffee and then hurry on back. Oh, sorry.
Just one, we're just doing. Mike is, or Brownlee is in the lobby.
Oh, okay.
One of the tables.
Oh, gotcha. That's ask your lawyer a question?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you want to ask your lawyer a question, that's out in our lobby there. But everybody else will be at the back of the room.
Yeah.
Enjoy the morning.
Just I need to, just give me 1 sec. All right, everybody, we need to break up the tables. I'm so sorry. Lots of folks are still going to be here, and you can see them over lunch. Please come back to the main table. Yeah. Ray, are you able to come up here and join us? Thank you.
And just to let folks know, we have a really nice iPhone. Unfortunately, it won't unlock for my face. It was left at the climate change table. A nice young man on the screensaver. If anybody wants, you can come on up to the front and pick it up. Okay, everyone. We will call our meeting back to order, and I will pass the chair to Mayor Rubin.
Thank you again, Chair. Well, we're coming to that stage, and as stated throughout the meeting, the position of president and directors for each of the caucus, that is cities, towns, and villages, and charter communities, and hamlets, Cleacho governments, or community governments are up for election. The position of president is voted at large. The president shall hold office for 1 year following the annual general meeting. The position for each director, for each caucus, shall be elected from the membership within that caucus. Example, members within Caucus 1 shall elect directors for cities, towns, and villages. Caucus 2 shall elect directors for charter communities, hamlets, and Cleacho governments, or community governments. The director shall hold office for 2 years following the annual general meeting. Each candidate running for the different positions will be given 3 minutes to speak. Once the position of the president is announced, we will move into the election for directors for each caucus. Now I'd like to invite our 2 running candidates for presidency to prepare and make their speech. We'll begin with inviting Mayor Rebecca Alty.
Thank you, Mayor Rubin. My name is Rebecca Alty. I'm the mayor for the city of Yellowknife, and I've been in city council now for 10 years. I served 2 terms as a councillor, which is 6 years, and this past term as mayor. My focus, I've also been on the board of the NWTAC Association of Communities for the past 4 years. I served as the vice president for cities, towns, and villages. And then over the past year, I've been the president for the NWTAC Association of Communities. During my time as president, I've really focused on increasing our advocacy and lobbying at the territorial and federal level. I think funding is a key issue that we're all facing. As we discussed yesterday, our assets are all coming due at the same time, and there's no real way that we can, we can cut recreation, but those are some of the only areas where we can really trim our fat in a lot of ways. Water, sewer, garbage, all that's core services that we need to deliver. And I think recreation is also a core service that our residents rely on for mental health and to stay healthy. So over the next year, I really want to focus the funding for the Canada Community Building Fund, formerly known as gas tax. The discussions on the renewal will begin this fall, and I want to work with my colleagues across the territory as well as the Minister of Community Affairs to ensure that we get an increase here in the north. The southern municipalities are asking for our funding to be doubled, and I think here in the territories it should be tripled. The Arctic and Northern Policy Framework has identified that the federal government has been underfunding the north, and this is one way that they can increase the funding to support our infrastructure. Again, those core services, clean drinking water, that when we flush the toilet, it's going somewhere and being properly dealt with. And waste is becoming an increased cost for a lot of residents. We have to make sure that we're environmentally responsible with our waste. And I also want to continue to lobby the feds in regards to housing, mental health, and addictions. As community governments, we don't have necessarily a direct role in that, but it's something that impacts our communities every single day. And the federal government, through the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, Action number 21 was about long-term sustainable funding for the Northwest Territories and Nunavut in particular to deal with the harms caused by residential school and the colonization policies. Nunavut's received their funding for the TRC number 21, but it hasn't happened yet in the Northwest Territories, so I want to continue to advocate and lobby that action gets taken. So in a nutshell, it's really about continuing to build relationships across the communities, build relationships across the territory, and then build those relationships at the territorial minister and the federal minister level. So thank you for the past year. I've really enjoyed it and look forward to putting my name forward for an upcoming year.
Thank you, Mayor Alty. I will invite Mayor Clarence Wood, Town of Inuvik.
Thank you, Ray. I want to start by thanking all the delegates for being here, especially the elders. Your wisdom and knowledge is much appreciated. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Clarence Wood, and I'm the mayor of Inuvik. I've served on Inuvik's council for 24 years and served on the board of NWTAC for 18 years, including being a past president. I'm also a lifetime member of the association, something I'm extremely proud of. In addition, I've also been the board chairman of Western Arctic Business Development Corporation for the last 19 years. I take commitment seriously. Mayor Alty has already underlined all the issues, so I'm not going to bore you by repeating them. I agree with her 100%. The only promise I'm going to make is that I'll work to the best of my ability for all of you equally, big or small. If not elected, I'll totally support the elected person, in this case Mayor Alty, and help in any way I can. It's been a pleasure serving the association and the residents of the Northwest Territories. Thank you for listening, and God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. Now, they will be handing out the ballots. Again, it's an open ballot, and the position for president is voted at large. And if you have your ballot cards, please present them so we know how many ballots to give out to each of you for the elections. Good luck to both. Okay, at one time we did provide for another location to vote, but hold your ballot under your wing and mark your choice. Thank you. If your ballots are prepared, done, please hold them up so they can pick them up.
Yeah, please fold your ballot.
So not that people should go far, but what's happening now is they'll go count the ballots because pending the results, it impacts the next vote that we have to do for the directors of cities, towns, and villages. So you're free to mingle, but don't go too far because it'll only be probably about 5 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, your president for the 22-23 fiscal year is Mayor Rebecca Alty. Congratulations. I'd like to feel the, no?
Oh, sorry. No, I'll let, we're running behind, so, yeah.
Okay, congratulations, and acknowledge that I know the two candidates well enough that, yeah, either way it would have went for me, and I'm happy that you both put your names in. Thank you. Now, for the hamlets and Cleacho and community governments, as you know, we only had two candidates put their name forward. And I'm announcing that Councillor Hart and Chief Maker were acclaimed as directors for the hamlets, charter communities, Cleacho governments, and community governments. Okay, now we'll go on to our cities, towns, and villages caucus. Oh, sorry. No. We're impacted by the election of the president, and with that, we now have three directors that will be vying for the cities, towns, and villages directors position. With the election of Mayor Alty, we are putting in place as a vice president to the cities, towns, and villages to Mayor Candace Jameson. Okay. Now I can't read the names, and they didn't give me the names again.
Oh.
Natasha, Kevin,
There you go.
Oh, thank you.
Get the powers.
So again, for this caucus, only the members of the cities, towns, and villages will be conducting a vote for that caucus. We now have Town Councillor Fort Smith, Kevin Campbell. Deputy Mayor, Town of Inuvik, Natasha Kulikowski. And Mayor Frank Pope, Town of Norman Wells. We welcome you to each give you a few minutes to make your speech. Mayor, who was first? Oh, sorry. Let's start with Councillor Kevin Campbell, please.
Thank you, and I'm happy to be running for this position. I'm Kevin Campbell, Town Councillor, Fort Smith. I have been a Town of Fort Smith councillor for 2 terms. I'm a lifetime resident of the NWT. I value the point of view of all the smaller communities, and I will represent community issues and concerns to the best of my abilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. And now I'll invite Mayor Natasha Kulikowski.
Thank you, Ray. I am currently Deputy Mayor. Hey everyone, I'm Natasha. I'm Deputy Mayor up in Inuvik. I was elected to council, or appointed to council actually in 2015, and then elected later that fall. Served a term as a councillor, 1 term as mayor, and then back at the council table again. I served 1 term here at NWTAC, and I've really enjoyed that time. I find it's just very fulfilling to be able to represent all of the communities, both at territorial and federal levels, as well as making connections with folks at FCM, as is represented here, and then also getting to meet all of you and communicate with you and learn how other communities in the NWT are functioning. A big part of what we do here is we listen to what folks have to say, and then we go out and we amplify those voices, and we find ways to bring, you know, the concerns of some small communities
are often felt by larger communities as well. We just don't see them in the same way. And so being able to bring those 33 voices all together and then presenting them in a way that, you know, brings funding dollars, brings information, brings all the things that we need in our communities back to us is just something that I find really important, and I really have been proud to be able to represent the communities in that way. And so I hope that I can garner your votes today and be able to represent for another couple years here with the board in the important work that we're doing to bring the northern voices to the bigger tables. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Kolakowski. And now I invite Mayor Norman Waltz, Mayor Pope.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Please allow me to just introduce myself to you for those of you who may not know me. I came north in 1962, and I'm still here. Decided there's nowhere better to live than the Northwest Territories. I've lived in several Mackenzie Delta and Mackenzie Valley communities, working and living, raising a family. I've been on Northern Wales Town Council off and on since 1984. I often take a look at every time there's an election and say, well, boy, I've had enough, it's time for new blood. And every time we have a by-election or a new election, the people come back and say they prefer the old blood, so take another shot at it, and here I am again. I'm going to make no promises at this point. If elected, I will learn my role within the board to serve you all as much and as well as I can. We often talk all over the valley here, about the future for our children and grandchildren. We're busy just now worrying about today and maybe tomorrow and what comes. I think we've got to put more action on the future and where are we going to be 20, 30 years from now. We can't continue to worry about today. We've got to have action and start looking after our young families. I would like to serve you as well as I can. I will serve you with pride, and I'll serve you with dedicated service. I look forward to the election, and whoever wins, as I would like to say, good luck to you all. Whoever wins, I will be supporting you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Pope. And now we'll follow with the elections for the directors. And for those cities, towns, and villages, voters, can you hold up your card again? And they'll pass around the ballots. Thank you. Yeah, just a reminder, there are 2 seats to fill, so please mark 2 of your choice. Sorry, the ballot said...
Typo.
Sorry, yeah, there appears to be a typo. So let's, can we collect the ballots? Pass out fresh ballots. Yeah.
No. Sarah, do you think it would be a better idea to just collect all of the ballots, destroy them, and do it again, just so there's no confusion about it?
I think so.
Be cleaner.
Would we need anything?
Well, the only problem with that is I don't know for sure if anybody else made the same mistake. And this way, everybody would be clear from the start, and there'd be no questions if we just collected every ballot right now and just redistributed and did it again. It will be,
Right. Whatever on your hand, you destroy it.
right. But what are you saying, the ones on the other arm are what? Okay.
What about the other ones?
New ballots are coming. That's good, yeah.
So if you have a ballot with the one, check one, please pass it for, to get destroyed. Okay, yeah, okay, let's stop. I agree. Let's stop. Let's do it again. We
Perfect.
don't want any confusion. So what we'll do is we'll collect the ballots that show one. And if you have the ballots that show two, those are the ones we will be counting. No, we will hand out one. You want to just hand out fresh ones? Okay. Okay, we'll collect everything. Hold them up so we can collect them, and we'll pass out fresh ballots again.
And while we wait, we're just going to jump to the next section of the agenda. And we have lunch, and it's sponsored by the Department of Health and Social Services. And joining us today is Minister Julie Green, who's the Minister of Health and Social Services. So Minister Green, if you'd like to come say a few words. Following that, we will jump out into our lobby and grab a good lunch. And then we'll come back and do the election at 1? Yeah. And then we'll come back and do the election at 1 p.m. because we'll have our fresh ballots at that time. So with that, I will...
I just wanted to make sure I could see people and do it here, I guess. It's televised.
Yep.
One last little point of clarity there, Mayor Alty. Is it not true, though, under the rules, you could vote one? It should say you can vote up to two. That's another thing. People shouldn't have, it's like a municipal election. You don't have to vote for every single candidate to fill, if there's 8 spots, you can vote 3, you can vote 2. So there's another issue, right? I think that if that is allowed under your voting rules, it should say you can vote up to 2. It's just in this case, I know they wanted to vote 2 and they didn't realize that they could.
For sure. We'll get the ballots are going to be redone. It'll say you can vote for up to 2 candidates. And new ballots will be handed out at 1 p.m. to all of the cities, towns, and villages voting members. And with that, I will pass the mic to Minister Green. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thank you very much, Rebecca, and good afternoon, everyone. Happy to see some familiar faces here from my travels through the Northwest Territories in this role and other roles. I want to talk to you this afternoon about how the Northwest Territories Health and Social Services system is governed and how communities have an important role to play in the governance of the NTHSSA. So you may recall that the transformation of the governance and management of the health and social services system began in 2016 with the creation of the Northwest Territories Health and Social Services Authority, which combined the separate regional boards into one entity, minus the Clecho Community Services Board, agency, and the Hay River Health and Social Services Authority, which remain separate entities, but who have common operations with NTHSSA. As I'm sure you're all aware, transformations like this are very complex and require continuous improvement over several years. The good news is that we've made a good start on creating strong and sustainable collaboration in the delivery of services. Notwithstanding the pandemic that deflected focus across the country, we've made significant progress in delivering culturally safe and collaborative health and social services across the NWT. Over the past 6 years, the GNWT has worked hard to create a new governance structure to support this combined system. The governance model sets the stage for improvements we're making. We still have, of course, much more work to do. We're facing serious challenges, some of them unique to the NWT and many of them shared by systems across the country. We'll continue to work to diligently address these issues, and the leadership team led by CEO Kim Riles will be there every step of the way. We share your expectation and those of residents in your communities of quality health and social services in every NWT community, regardless of size or location. You may also play a role in improving the programs and services that residents receive. The governance structure of the Northwest Territories Health and Social Services Authority offers residents the opportunity to share their experiences and feedback with regional wellness councils in each area. Each council has 7 members. I advertise membership opportunities and reach out to leadership like yourselves to attract candidates. We just finished a round of appointments, and while we had a good turnout, we are still short members for the councils in the Beaufort Delta and in the Sawtooth. If you know someone who has an interest in health and social services issues, please come and talk to me about the nomination process. These councils are advisory bodies. Each regional wellness council holds public meetings several times a year to provide an opportunity for feedback to community members. The chair of each council sits on the leadership council, which provides advice and direction to the whole authority. This is one of the ways in which public feedback results in improved regional and territorial service delivery and health and social services policies. I encourage all of you to engage your regional wellness council, get involved, and in turn encourage residents from your community to participate either as members or by attending meetings. Public concerns about medical travel, cancer care, ground ambulance, mental health and addictions recovery, and many, many other topics are considered in this forum. The Leadership Council has been instrumental in improving community access to services, supporting local hiring to increase service quality, and focusing on system sustainability to improve how we do business. While we face many challenges, we've also had many successes over the last 6 years as an amalgamated system. An important milestone during our first 6 years was receiving system-wide accreditation status in 2019 for all 3 partners. This means we are meeting service and care standards that are nationally recognized. Achieving accredited status is based on continuous dedication to quality improvement, something that we in this health and social services system support wholeheartedly, and we know that the Leadership Council does as well. I recently appointed a new chairperson for the Leadership Council. Jerry Cheesy of Delo and sometimes of Fort Smith took over in August from Jim Antoine from Fort Simpson, who served for 6 years as the inaugural chairperson. I want to thank Jim for his dedication to the well-being of Northerners and his commitment to the organization. Jim will certainly be missed. Let's give him a round of applause. It's time for a new chapter for the council under the leadership of Jerry Cheesy. I want to welcome him to that role, and I look forward to building on the foundation that Jim and others have established. In closing, the annual general meeting of the Northwest Territories Health and Social Services Authority will take place later this month. I encourage everyone to look for the announcement with further details next week and attend that meeting in person or virtually if you can. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Thank you, Minister Green, and thanks to your department for lunch today. I hope you can join us. Just a quick note, we are drawing for the scavenger hunt prize at right after lunch. So lunch will be your last chance to get in. There's a prize for observers, a prize for members, and then there's going to be a prize for the community. So any community member who participates, your community gets entered for a prize of $3,000. So with that, if we can try to be... Oh, one more thing, Mayor Rubin?
Yeah, just quickly, as you heard, we'll do the election after lunch. I just want to apologize. As you know, we're reactive to the election process. So when we did the president's election, we had to react to that on the vice presidency. So thank you, Mayor Welly, for picking that up and getting us clear, and we'll see you after lunch. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll try to get back here for 1 o'clock so we can kind of wrap up at 5 so that we can have dinner at 6:30. See everybody right after lunch. Maybe 2 minutes to find Karen in the purple.
Or is it done?
Or is it done, Karen? 2 minutes. 2 minutes to find Karen. Okay, cities, towns, and villages, make sure you are at the big white table. Ray, do you want to hand it over to Mayor Rubin?
Thank you. Well, let's do this again. Now, nobody has a ballot. As we said earlier, those on that caucus, please hold up your voting card so that they can pass to you the ballot sheets. And you're able to vote up to 2 check boxes on each ballot, up to 2.
I just realized I didn't have
And then once you're done voting, just hold it up and Sarah will collect them. Just making sure cities, towns, and villages, everybody's handed back their ballots. Perfect. With that, we now have our annual scavenger hunt draw. I will call up Karen to come pull and announce some winners.
Okay, everybody, we're going to draw prizes for the scavenger hunt. There's 2 members that will be drawn, 1 observer, and then a check for $3,000 for a community. So I'm just going to do the draw here. So the first community delegate prize is Samantha Beha, Toledo. Second community delegate prize of iPad is Richard Narasu, Fort McPherson. iPad for the observers is Sheena Adams, Arctic Energy Alliance. And the grand prize of $3,000 goes to Toledo. Is Richard, Samantha, or Sheena here? Oh, sorry.
And while they get some photos, we will now move on to our 1 o'clock, which is our guest speaker is Massey Whiteknife. Massey Whiteknife is a two-spirit Canadian producer, businessman, and entertainer. He's known both under his own name as CEO of the ISIS Group of Companies, an occupational safety and health and sustainable development consulting firm in the Athabasca Oil Sounds region of Alberta, and as Isis Rain, a pop singer. A Cree member of the Mikisew Cree First Nation, originally from Cochrane, Alberta, he moved to Fort McMurray as a teenager to complete high school. Having faced both childhood sexual abuse and bullying as a teenager because he was gay, he first discovered his female two-spirit of Isis Ranger after being diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder during this era. According to Mr. Whiteknife, Isis Rain helped him to become more secure and confident in himself and his business career, and to heal from his childhood emotional traumas. He later launched the ISIS Group, now a multi-million-dollar company with interests in health and safety training and environmentally friendly industrial cleaning products. He built his business by telling people that you can turn me away if I don't do a good job. You can throw me out of the building, but if you don't give me a chance because of my sexuality, well, that just doesn't make sense. That way, if I don't do a good job, then you can say at least you gave me a shot. He's also involved in philanthropic ventures, including as an anti-bully activist and in a nonprofit career placement and mentoring program for First Nations people. With few conventional gay social venues in Fort McMurray, Mr. Whiteknife began going to karaoke bars to perform as Isis Rain. He appeared in the 2013 documentary film Oil Sands Karaoke and is depicted on the film's promotional poster. He also produced the films God's Acre in 2016. He released the EP The Queen in 2014. The album garnered 5 nominations as the 2014 Aboriginal People's Choice Music Awards in the categories of Songwriter of the Year, Best Music Video, Single of the Year, Best Rock CD, and Best New Artist, and he was the first out gay or two-spirit person ever to perform live at the ceremony. In 2018, he was first featured in the APTN documentary series Queen of the Oil Patch. Please join me in giving a warm northern welcome to Massey Whiteknife.
Hello? Oh. Wow, what a introduction. There's my whole life. First off, I would just like to say thank you to the creator, and thank you to Sarah for inviting me to the Northwest Territories. This is my first time here, and it's very, very beautiful. We drove up. I brought my friend who is an elder and Métis woman, and someone who has helped me for the past 13 years get through a lot of the traumas and post-traumatic stress, the intergenerational trauma that I went through to help me stay successful. While we were driving up here from Alberta to the Northwest Territories, we saw how vast the terrain had changed. And we saw buffalo at 5 o'clock in the morning. We're like, what are those? But they were so huge, and it just gave me so much love to see God's creations. We saw moose and all these animals. But then when we were getting into Yellowknife, mind you, we stayed one day in Hay River, we saw the beautiful waterfalls there. As we got close to Yellowknife, we noticed that my car was taking jumps. I'm like, this is pavement? Then we started seeing cars on like cliffs and like rocks, and I'm like, what is going on? Like, where are we going? I'm pretty sure I saw one like car that was on a rock that had like almost a gate around it to like do not touch, and so somebody could please explain that to me. So I'm here to speak about fostering economic development through inclusion. I've been in the oil sands for many years, and as an Indigenous person and as in my cultural teachings, it was very hard for me to be living in the oil sands. I grew up, with grandmothers saying, take care of Mother Nature, take care of the ground you walk on, always go outside and take your shoes off and, walk in the grass. Well, I can't walk in the grass when there's tar under my feet, sort of thing. So I'll go back. When I was growing up as a child, I was sexually abused and molested since the age of 4 years old. And I know maybe that might be triggering, but this is a big part of my story for you guys to understand where I got to today. Yes, this was a great bio that the lady had read, but if I didn't go through what I went through and sought the help and the resources that I now provide to Indigenous communities, I wouldn't be here today. My cousin, when I was 8 years old, had raped me, and I never told anybody. I lived in shame. When I was 14, I was gang raped by 4 guys and a girl. Again, I didn't tell anybody. And I should have, because these people should be in jail, right? Again, shame, guilt, it's my fault, it's my fault. So my father was very mean to me, and he physically abused me for the way I acted. I didn't know what the word gay meant. I didn't even know I was gay. And I thought that maybe because these men all had taken advantage of me all my life, that's the reason why I had liked men. So at 16 years old, I decided to run away. And I ran away to Fort McMurray, and I continued to get bullied for my sexuality because it was not accepted back then. In some places, it's still, you don't talk about it. So one day, I was sleeping on my friend's couch, and I was praying to God, and I said, God, if you want me to continue to go through being abused and being bullied, I'll gladly do that for the rest of my life, as long as no other child has to go through what I went through. I said, but if you want me to fight back, just give me a sign. And I woke up, and I got a job in the union, in the oil sands, that I never should have got. I never should have got that job. My number was way too high. And I asked my friend for $99, and I bought a pair of steel-toe boots, and I went to work in the oil sands, because that was what was in my back door. I worked so hard with all of these people in the oil sands, still bullying me, calling me a fag as I went to work. But I started that day to fight back, and I didn't care what people called me. I got that paycheck, and I still continued to get that paycheck, and I saved up, and I just ignored it. And I started a company in 2005 called ISIS Safety, and this was before ISIS. I always said I came before them and I'll outlive them, so God willing, they'll get bombed. I don't know. So I became a safety officer, a nationally construction safety officer, and I was really good at it. I was really good at thinking, because as a child, I had to really think. I had to think about how I was going to get to school because the bullies were there. And so here's a kid that should be going to school and getting education, but he has to worry about how he's going to get to school and how he's going to survive in school. And so if the bullies were on the bus, I would walk to school. If the bullies were on the road, then I would take the cut line. You know, like no kid should have to go through that. They should be able to feel comfortable to go to school. So then while I was in school, I couldn't go to the bathroom at recess because they would dunk me in the toilet. So again, I'd have to find excuses now to go to the bathroom. So I started to compartmentalize at a young age, and I didn't even know what that word was. I started to mind map. Again, I didn't know what that was. And I ended up getting tested when I was 30 years old and found out that I had a very high IQ, but I don't have any formal education. And so it was because of those things that I went through in life that helped me to be able to be strategic, to think 10 times faster, and to develop a lot of strategies of how I can get this company to this goal, how I can get this community to get these resources. And that's kind of what I do today. So as I started my company, ISIS Safety, I went to the Indigenous companies, because the Indigenous people are such amazing people and they work so hard. And they want to start a company, but they can't fill out the safety manuals and get the procurement done for developers. I shouldn't say can't, but it's hard for them. And so I offered my services and I said, I'll help you. I can write you a safety manual. I can fill out all of your procurement and I can get you on site. You know, I can help you with the billing. I can show you how to make money just like I did. So, you know, in a year I had 12 Indigenous companies hire me, and I started to make money. And then I hired some more people, and I noticed that once we got these Indigenous companies on site, then they needed supplies. So they needed safety equipment, heavy equipment. And so I said, well, I can offer that service and offer you safety supplies. And so I started another department within my company. Again, started making good money, but I was giving them good service. Because you know what? I would go to the white people and the white business owners, I'm sorry I'm saying that word, but it's true. And they would say no, because I was feminine. They didn't want to be around a guy that acted feminine, because then they thought that on the golf course they were going to get teased and stuff, right? So they would kick me out, and then I finally would be strategic, and I would go chum up the secretary. Oh God, you look beautiful. Your hair's amazing, girl. You know, and I'm like, by the way, where's your boss? You know, you have to be like that today. You know, you have to find, if you can't go through the door A, go through door B, go through door C. And I went through every frickin' door I had to go through, and I found a way, and I became very successful. And so she's like, he's at Moxie's. So I went to Moxie's and I said, listen, don't give me, don't like just not give me work because, you know, I have a wiggle. I couldn't help I have a wiggle, you know, and I couldn't help that I am who I am. I said, but give me a chance to like do the work for you. And if I don't do a good job, then throw me out the door. I'll gladly, you know, run outside or whatever. I said, and then he did. You know, he said, how could I say no to that, to this man who had to go through the secretary to find me, to be brave enough to come to Moxie's while I'm having drinks with all these other redneck assholes. I shouldn't say that because they wrote checks to me, but he gave me work, and I did amazing work because I loved it. You know, always do something that you love, you know, and that's what I love to do. So now I started to get non-Indigenous companies now that I was servicing. And now I started, because I was doing that, and all these Indigenous companies were doing amazing work on site, and I was supplying them with supplies, and I had I had like Breon, Synovus, Syncroot, Suncor. I had ATCO, Clean Harbors. I got into now cleaning products, and I was supplying, like $70,000 worth of tissue to a camp. And I was just like, oh my God, I'm just one person. I hired a staff, and I started to then work with non-Indigenous companies doing joint ventures. And I created Tatonka North. And it was really cool because it was like, I'm Indigenous and I have benefits as an Indigenous business owner. You are a non-Indigenous company, but you have the equipment and assets that I need to bid on certain jobs. And so when I think of fostering, economic development through inclusion, it speaks exactly that. How can Indigenous First Nations, how can Indigenous organizations, how can Indigenous companies use what they have to then build relationships with non-Indigenous companies, non-Indigenous organizations, non-Indigenous communities? Because I know from firsthand experience that there's a lot of intergenerational trauma, with our people that have been to residential schools. There's a lot of non-Indigenous that, think that Indigenous get handouts. So these conversations are never spoken out loud, but those thoughts are there. And I'm sorry if I'm blunt, but hey, this is me. I've worked my ass off to get where I am, and I'm gonna just say it how it is. And I think everybody should be like that. But when you come to the table with an open mind, the sky's the limit for Indigenous, Métis, and Inuit, and the non-Indigenous communities and leaders. But you first have to reach out. So I wanted to tell you, I don't know my time, but I know I have to be a little bit shorter, so just one sec. Oh, I only spoke for a half hour? I'm just kidding. So when I was starting my business, Fort McKay First Nations, I'm from Fort Chip, but Fort McKay kind of like fostered me. I stayed there, I got a house there, and I stayed on that reserve for 25 years. And so Fort McKay did a partnership with Suncor, and they did an incubator. And I think this is an amazing idea. So what the incubator was they took 17 entrepreneurs that wanted to start businesses. They had started from nothing. I started from nothing. This was in 2005. And it was a 3-year program. So the first year, all 17 of us all got an office. We all got a boardroom. Some people were virtual, which might work for your communities, right, that are, I just learned NWTAC is actually in the Northwest Territories. It's not just a name made up on the movies. I was looking at the map over there, and I'm like, oh my God, this is real? So if you need any help, I would love to go there and be like, hey, I've been to NWTAC. I'm sorry. So the 17 of us, we all got our office, and then there was a boardroom in the middle, and there was a fridge, kitchen, stuff like that. There was one receptionist and a printing machine and stuff, and we thought it was cool because it was like, wow, they're giving us the opportunity to actually bring our dreams of being business owners to life. Now the thing is that the advisors that took care of us, they said, listen, this is up to you. We're not going to just build you your company. Like there was one company that was a surveying company. Mine was a safety company. There was a lady there that wanted to own her own fashion company and like make jewelry and stuff. There was a heavy equipment company. There was a janitorial company. So there were 17 companies. And so the first year basically of the incubator is, okay, we'll take the 17 of you. Now it's up to you guys to to year 2 by doing all of this. They gave us homework. So we had to do a business plan. We had to do a safety plan. We had to figure out, like, you know, our administration costs, all of that stuff in year 1. So about, you know, 7 people fell off. I made it to year 2. And then year 2 now it was, okay, now that you're set up as an actual company, now you need to go out and look for work. And so now we were in year 2 and we started to get to know each other. The 17 of us actually became a family. Or, well, now we were down to however many, I can't count. But I'm successful. Colette's my calculator back there. So, you know, there was however many of us. Somebody tell me the number. 10, okay. So there was 10 of us, and then Summit Civils made it through, the surveying company, the heavy equipment company, the cleaning company, so they made it through. And we're like, how can we work together? You know, so the beading company, she was amazing. She made such amazing jewelry. And I said, you know what? I will buy your beaded earrings, and I will give them to clients as thank you gifts. So there was her first work, you know. And so look at it like this is a First Nation or a community, I should say, far away, that there's a woman or there's a whole community that makes jewelry. And say there's a community that starts up, somebody in there, you know, is a heavy equipment company that's going to work for the mine or for a developer, right? So they then buy their thank you or introductory jewelry from that company. So this is what we did. I bought the janitorial supplies, or sorry, Summit Civils bought the janitorial supplies from the janitorial company. So then that was her first contract. So we were starting to get used to it because yes, we might have some, can I swear in here? We have some F-ups, you know, and, you know, well, this earring wasn't attached to this box, so you have to return it. And she's like, well, you're not, you know, you paid for it, you bought it. I'm like, no, sister. And so I was like, listen, this is why we're in this incubators, because you can't just tell a client, you know, you bought it, you paid for it. You have to take it back and it's a loss. You have to write it off, right? We were learning all this stuff now in year 2. And we went out now and we got some work. I started to get work with Indigenous businesses rating manuals. And, you know, Summit Civils, he attached himself to a large surveying company that was working in the oil sands, if anybody ever heard of CNRL. And so I helped him do the manual. So again, that's how I was getting some work. So some things happened in year 2 that it got stressful for some people. And, you know, and then we lost 4 companies. And so now in year 3, we had to now then, because we were making money and our company structure was up, we had to look for our own facility. And they were going to help us look for office space. They were going to help foster us, you know. If Fort McKay had offices on like a certain site, like say CNRL, they gave an office to Summit Civil so that he can have his office within CNRL. So that was great, but again, there was some hardships. You know, for me, I got up at 6 o'clock in the morning, and sometimes I wouldn't get to bed until 1 because I was delivering safety supplies to like all over, and then I was also doing safety manuals, so I was at home typing, you know, and then I was doing all my invoicing. Like, it's a lot of work to have a business. If you think that you're getting into business and you know, you're gonna just sit back and, you know, take money and go off to Costa Rica, your business is not gonna survive. And that's what the remaining 3 did. And so come graduation, I was the only business to survive the incubator. And so I ended up taking all 17 offices, and that was my boardroom, and that was the incubator became my offices. You know, and it goes to show that you need to sacrifice in any kind of like economic development, and any kind of joint venture, any kind of relationship, you need to sacrifice something. Otherwise, why are you doing it? Like if there's no end goal, right? Sometimes we have to sacrifice our ego to go and shake that person's hand across to that other nation that we're fighting with. You know, I heard a gentleman speak that he only has a population of 120 and he has no RCMP. You know, like how can we, well, I'm from Alberta, but I would like to work with you guys, but how can we in these tables here find those resources, right? To give some sort of security to this 130 community population. If it isn't RCMP, can we not have a security guard, right? Somebody will have an idea because they're living in a community that has RCMP. And I'm sorry, I'm just using that as an example. I do that in my life. You know, I got so successful that in 5 years I built a multi-million-dollar business. And I was a multimillionaire. And I had all this money that I never had before because when I was 16, I had nothing to rub together but my 2 chicken legs. Well, mind you, they weren't chicken. I was kind of fat back then. But you know, with money came, yes, power. But with money came a lot of people that wanted that money. And I had people surround me that were not very good. Some of my managers took advantage. Some people, you know, got me drunk because they knew that I was an alcoholic. And so a lot of meetings were at golf courses and a lot of meetings were in Las Vegas. And I had to learn, you know, that you have to also have thick skin in the game. Because now that I was a player, I won Youth Entrepreneur of Alberta in 2011, and then I won Business of the Year in 2016, and I won Eagle Feather Award of Alberta. I was giving back to my people. You know, in business, non-Indigenous business, it's a very vertical way. You know, you start a business, you make money, you get rich, you have investors, and you know, you give them a lot of money. And that's it. You know, grandmother taught me, and our culture taught us, it's a circle of life. And in my business, it was also a circle. I started my business, I made money, and I gave back. I helped other people start their businesses. I mentored and fostered, and then they gave back. You know, it was like a silo. And so I ended up starting to like smarten up, and I got into my sobriety. And I now started to do what my dreams were. Because I used the oil sands as my background, because it was in my backyard, sorry. I took advantage of that. I wasn't the one digging the shovel, but I was offering services so my Indigenous people can get on site and make their money to help their families. But I'm a two-spirited person, and yes, Isis Rain is my second spirit, and so I wrote an album, and I started to do what I love. Because when my dad was beating me, all I could do was be in the basement and sing. And I won a lot of talent shows, and so I wrote an album, and lo and behold, it got nominated for awards. And, and I thought, there's my accolades. You know, I'm not just rating a stupid, dumb song that you hear on, you know, some radio station, but I actually wrote really good music. And you know, I'm proud of that. It took me a lot of years dealing with PTSD, post-traumatic stress, all the abuse that I went through. Even while I was running my businesses, it took me a lot of years to say that I was proud of myself, because I still held that shame. And, you know, I stand here now as Massey White Knife, and it doesn't mean that my label has to be that, you know, I have money or I have success. I have a successful TV show. I'm a celebrity. I don't look at any of that stuff. And I don't want people to, like, you know, label me. Sorry. That, you know, here's a celebrity. Or here's a singer, you know. Or here's a guy that wears dresses and sings music. I just want to be known as Massey White Knife. And my actions will speak for who I am. As a person that gives back. And not to just my people, but to everybody. You know, and that's why Creator, I believe, has blessed me with the ability to do that. I'm a good person, I'm honest, and I stand for what I do, and I do what I say, and I say what I do. You know, inclusion, I believe, is that we need to strip down our titles. You know, I've met a very honorable mayor here today. You know, I've talking to the cleaning staff here today. You know, I've actually helped out a homeless person at the gas station and gave him $3. We need to strip down our titles, and we need to look at the person for the human being that they are, and not see color, not see race. You know, sure, some of them might smell. But, you know, when we do that, fuck, we could do so, oh, sorry. F. We could do so much. You know, I was sitting at a table there that has a map of the Northwest Territories, and, you know, not having access roads is unbelievable. It's 2022. I would say, you know, if you guys had sort of like an incubator and you had some of these remote places having virtual so that they can participate, and you're buying supplies off each other, that's inclusion. You know, that's bringing a community of many together. Not having RCMP or having a fire department, like, you know, I think that also building bridges with non-Indigenous business owners and Indigenous business owners and bidding on work. So one of the things I did in the oil sands was there was a large bid came out from one of the developers. And you guys have mines here because I met, you know, a couple of hot guys that were going to work at the mine. At the gas station. And they said, yeah, we're going to work in the mine. So it's like, wow, those mines put bids out. So why not get a trucking company, you know, why not get a sewer truck company, a mechanical company, a janitorial company, and you guys all, some may be non-Indigenous, some may be Indigenous, and bid on that work together. One, you can use the Indigenous side as an asset to get that bid because it's Indigenous. So you already get the check mark, and then you'll outbeat the non-Indigenous company that's bidding on that work. Two, the non-Indigenous companies, say it's the mechanical and the welding company, they have the equipment and they have the resume to hold that bid to say, you know what, we've worked for A, B, C, D, E, we did a good job there, so we should win the bid. It's not that hard to do. Now, everybody's taking home money, everybody's making profit, and look at how many families you're going to feed. Look at how many people that are going to now then talk about the company and the partnership. This is, again, inclusion. It's also economic development. As you all sit around here today, I'm honored that I was able to sit here during your election, and congratulations to whoever won. I was smoking then. But now, you know, you ran for a position. You have a responsibility now to all of these people. Don't take it lightly. I sat on the board of directors for the Aboriginal Business Association. Why doesn't the Northwest Territories start an Aboriginal Business Association? Because then you're also generating revenue. All your companies can then join that association, and all the non-Indigenous companies can then join the association. And now you know where you can pick the companies that you're going to bid on work to work in the mines, you know, that are going to hire catering companies, that are going to hire towing companies, that are going to hire half of the cabs in this place. I mean, I swear to God, you guys have a lot of cabs. And where are they all going? I don't know. Sorry. So for me, I mean, I know Chief Louis was supposed to be speaking, and unfortunately he couldn't make it, and they had asked me. You know, I'm not disappointed that I was the second pick. I'm happy he just couldn't make it, because here I am. It is, you know, for me, it is an honor. It is an honor to come to another province and meet people. And it is great to sit down at a table and listen to what you guys are going through, because I see it in Alberta as well. One of the things that I would like to share with you is I'm 4 months pregnant. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I had to make you laugh because you guys are all staring at me like, what the fuck? One of the things that I'd like to share with you also about inclusion, but when I read fostering economic development, it's not just about starting companies or starting associations or organizations or building, you know, it goes deeper than that. And for what I've seen in Alberta, you know, it's mental health. You know, it's working with addictions. It's working with the trauma and working through that trauma, because you may be doing a partnership with a gentleman or a lady who is suffering from mental health. And that person, you know, could fail the whole partnership. You know what I mean? Through my partnerships, I was that person on one contract that made us fail. I was too much into my alcohol that I couldn't perform my side of the duties. And we lost the contracts, and then we shut that company down. It wasn't for the grace of God that, you know, 13 years ago I met Miss Colette Slater, who I walked into that office and told her that I had a problem. And we've built an amazing relationship now. When I decided to deal with my traumas, my addiction, and my mental health, that was when Creator really blessed me. Because I got to feel joy, finally. I got to feel happiness, and I got to do things that I wanted to do, you know, not what the oil sands wanted me to do. Because I've always wanted to help my people. Because I don't want them to go through what I went through. And that's why I told you what I told you at the beginning. Because it's happening way too much. I know that a lot of people here are from communities that are not First Nations. Yellowknife, Hay River, Enterprise, I can't remember the rest. But you have it as well in your communities. You have addictions, you have homelessness, you have people out of work because they don't know how to go to work, living off of welfare, you know. So I took a lot of my money and I invested it into a program that I believed would work. And I want to tell you a little bit about this, not because I'm asking you to get it, but I just want to tell you that the circle of life, and this is the way I gave back. When I was younger, a youth, I guess, whatever, I took this program in Conklin. That's where my father was from, and he moved us there. This white company came in. It was a safety training company. Came into the community, and he gave us a week's worth of courses. So we're like, oh, cool, we're all ticketed up, you know, we could go to work now. I'm so excited, I'm gonna buy a quad, and or it was a trike back then, I guess. So I told the guy, I'm like, okay, we got all these tickets, now what do we do? And he looked at me and he's like, I don't know, I got my check, see you later, go find a job. And out the door he left with a hefty paycheck. And we were stuck still in the community holding these tickets with no jobs and nothing to do. I swore one day that if I ever became successful, that I would start a program that would not just help my people to survive, but to thrive. And so I took a lot of the money from ISIS Safety, the company that I had started, and the money that I had left after, you know, sobering up and being an alcoholic, and I called it the Get Ready program, because I wanted to get ready, and I wanted to start over, but I needed to get ready, and I'm like, how do I do that? And so through marketing and through all these companies helping me, I made a program that was, I go to the actual First Nation, I stay there, or close enough, and I give them 12 safety courses that are globally certified. And then I give them a new resume, I give them a new email, and then I teach them how to be interviewed for a job. And now that they're ready to go to work, I then now work with the oil sands that I have relationships with, and I help get them jobs, or I can guarantee an interview, and then we get them a fly in and fly out. This way now, they're leaving the community, they're going to work in oil sands, but they're coming back with money that they can now spend in the community. Again, the circle, right? And so I did that for years, and it had an 80% success rate. The one thing, though, that I noticed about losing that 20% of the participants was mental health. And so I teamed up with Colette, and we created this preparation program that they have to take. And that's where they dive into grief and loss, into addictions, suicide prevention, intergenerational trauma, lateral violence. There's nothing worse than, a household where there's a man beating a woman, and then he goes off to work, and then he has a job, and then he's calling her, what the fuck you doing? Who are you sleeping with? And, wait till I get home, sort of thing, right? Or a woman that's beating her kids. So we work through this in this program because we prepare them to come and take my program so that they're prepared to leave the community or work in the community. Hay River's big, Yellowknife is big. Now these people can go to work and sustain work, and they can come home to a loving family. They learned how to deal with their bills. They learned how to open a bank account. I kid you not, you may be thinking, open a bank account? Yeah, some of these people don't know how to open a bank account. They cash their checks at what is it, Money Mart? It's reality, and it's happening in all of your communities because it's happening all over Alberta, and that's kind of like the way I started to give back at a price, of course. Just kidding. But I think that like with inclusion and with economic development, with growth in each of your communities, you need to look at it in a 360 or 365 days or 360 wheel or whatever. I told you I can't count. Find somebody that's resilient. Find someone that has passion, you know? Those are the people you want to like back, you want to invest in. If you're in power, you know, like if you're a mayor or if you're a chief or if you're a counselor, administrator or something, if you have power to hire somebody or to hire a consultant, don't hire your best friend that you drink with or that you go golfing with, because what the hell is that person going to do? He's not going to benefit the community. You know, seek out honest people that are going to do the work that is going to benefit your company, or your organization, or your community. I'm speaking to everything because I did that. I hired my friends. Man, do you know how hard it is and how stressful it is to try to satisfy working with a whole bunch of friends that is under your payroll, and then you end up having to do all the work? It's not good. One time, I had all my, I had 6 employees that were executives that were all living in mansions. I was still living in the house in Fort McKay with a mattress on the floor that just looked out through a window with one of those old-ass TVs, because I would be getting up at 6 and going to bed at 1 while these guys were living it up. Don't do that. It's not good. It's 2. I think you guys have, where's she? I think you guys have some more voting or some congratulations or something. Some other important speakers than me. Just in closing, I would like to say, just take a moment and just look around the room and just appreciate where you are. And then just think of the community members all across the Northwest Territories and where they are. You know, some of them may not be in the nicest places, and some of them might be in the nicest places. But again, when you look around the room, you are a collective of movers and shakers, of powerful people and people of influence. Try not to forget that. I really thank you from the bottom of my heart for having me and for listening to me. I hope that, if anything, just one of you I inspired today. Thank you. I guess I'm taking questions. I was about to jump in my car. just kidding. Yeah, I'll take questions. If anybody has any. I mean, did I lay it out pretty good? No one has a question? Yes, I'm single. Go ahead. Oh, God, no. Sorry. She asked me if I was going to sing. I would probably bawl if I sang for you guys. Sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to see how much your history, the abuse and all that, did that play a big part of where you are now? I mean, it sounded like it gave you strength and the ability to work through and succeed, it seems, where you are today.
Yeah. You know, I mean, like I said, I was being abused since I was 4 years old. And, you know, when I got to like 5 and 6 years old, like this, you know, this gentleman, it was an everyday thing. My mother was in residential school. And so it's kind of like hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil sort of thing, right? So I don't think that she knew. And if she did kind of think of somebody, like, why is this guy always coming here? I don't think that, you know, she said anything or did anything, right? So this was happening, if not every day, every second day. And then when I was 9 years old, my cousin, we had a family reunion. We had to stay in the basement, and then he raped me. And then after that, it still continued with that person. And yeah, I had no love for myself. I didn't like to shower. I couldn't sleep at night. You know, I was so afraid and I had anxiety. I tried to take my life twice, and I tried to tell my dad, like, you know, Dad, I'm working hard, like, you know, why are you so mean to me? You know, and he would say, you know, my mother never raised me to have a gay son, you know. And I'm like, what does that word mean? I tried to act straight, you know, like, but yeah, it did affect me for a long time. When I started out in business in the incubator, in the first few months, I tried to tell people that I was straight. I had gotten a girlfriend, and you know, it was really hard because at the end of the night I was coming home and I'm like, I'm just a liar. Like, I'm lying to these people I'm trying to get work from. And I ended up telling my friend, I said, I think I'm gay. And I said, you know, why are all these people picking on me? Like, I'm not doing anything to them. And he's like, Massey, it's just their world revolving around yours. And that just struck a chord, and I'm like, wow. I'm like, you know, that's so true. Why am I the one that's so afraid? I did nothing wrong. Like, my company's taking off, and, you know. So I did what I thought was right, and I started to come out and tell people that I was gay, and I took, you know, I got gay bashed one time by 6 guys, and broke my tooth. But yeah, it did have a big part to play. But that night, when I was 16 years old and I had made that pact with Creator, and I said, no child will ever go through what I go through or I fight back, was the night that I would never let anybody take advantage of me again. And that's what helped, and a lot of therapy. Yeah. Anybody else? Do you want to know the lotto tickets? Yes, sir.
Thank you. It's really very inspiring story and very, very unique life. And I noticed that I believe most of the people here in the NWT and even people in this room might have gone through a lot in their life, probably bullying or whatever. I'm just thinking, as you start giving back to the communities and giving back to people who've been suffering these traumas, do you see yourself coming to the NWT? And you know, when people meet people in person, it's very powerful. If I meet you on the street, or if I see your music or your video or whatever, it might not inspire me as much as you inspire us when you are standing here in front of us. We face here in the NWT, we face problems of bullying, we face problem of alcohol addiction, a lot of problems in our communities. I would like to see you and people whom you inspire to come to the schools, to come to the communities and address the communities here, because, you know, I'm telling you this because I work, I'm from Fort Simpson, and I've been dealing with a lot of things regarding bullying, regarding even suicides, and I believe most of the community members here, they agree with me that we have a lot of problems that's affecting our communities. And the good thing which I noticed that your trauma inspired you to be a stronger person. I'm going to tell you just a short story. Myself, I'm not from, I came from Africa, I came from Sudan. That's my country where I was from. I went through a lot of things that's different than the way you went through. I was hostage once, I got on plane crash once, I found myself as a refugee one day that I was working with the refugee camp. I found myself out of the blue, I'm in a border of another country, and I was a refugee. So these kind of stories that inspire you to be a successful person who can help the communities and help people who are going through trauma, intergenerational trauma, go through bullying, alcohol addiction, family violence, all these kind of discrimination. And you know, there are so many nice, pretty sounding words for discrimination, which is bullying, racism, discrimination. All these, they are going to they are the same stream. They are the stream to the same area where it's affecting the communities, killing people. People kill themselves, people kill each other, lateral violence, which you just mentioned, and I would love to see you in Fort Simpson, having you there. It would be really nice. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so would I come to Northwest Territories? Absolutely. So right now where I'm at is that I sold my homes and I moved with my mother to Wetaskiwin, just outside of Edmonton, because of COVID. And my mother is my world. I would do anything and I would give her anything. And the only thing that she wanted was a house to be closer to her grandchildren. And so I bought her a house, and she lives in Wetaskiwin, and I stay with her because I travel a lot. And I'm single, I don't have any children. So I really kind of dedicated my life to helping my people. I just joined the board for I Love First People, which we're just talking now about taking all of the unused furs, because not a lot of people in the fashion world right now are going to fur. So there's a lot of unused fur, and we're planning on bringing it to Nunavut, so that they can use the fur, because they would buy fur over groceries. Like, that's just a necessity. So that's sort of the stuff that I do. But right now, one of the things that I'm doing is I'm booking like my Get Ready program. I'm booking my preparation program, and Colette and I, for the past, 10, 11 years, we've been wanting to open a mobile treatment center, because Colette is not only a therapist, she's an addictions counselor, and I have lived the journey. And so wouldn't it be amazing to have like a mobile treatment center where we can go into the community? So you're not paying thousands of dollars to fly your people to Edmonton, or outside of the province, where they get to go home every night and work with their families. And then while they're in that center with us, they also get all of the Get Ready program, and they also get all of the prep program. So they're not just there to like sober up or deal with their addictions, they're also learning how to start life over. So that's something that I'm working on that I wish can come to fruition. But yeah, I would definitely come to the Northwest Territories. It's a beautiful place. I would definitely buy a skidoo, because I heard that you guys only get summer 2 months, and then the rest is all winter. Yeah. So, any more questions? Go ahead. I speak Inuvik. I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Juana, thank you for your presentation. It was very inspiring, and in the north, or it's so costly to fly anywhere. It would be really nice if you could make it to the north somewhere and invite maybe some communities to hear your story. But the reason I say that is we have some of the highest suicide rates anywhere. Sorry, but it's it hits me hard because we have so much of that happen to our youth, and one of my brothers was suicide. Sorry, just got to catch myself here.
It's okay. Take your time.
No, hearing your story would really help some of our youth. A lot of our youth, a lot of our communities fight to or struggle to every day to put food on the table, just to live. And I think your story could be really receptive by our communities in the north, and just because to fly anywhere up here costs so much. And I thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. Yeah, I would be honored. You know, 1 in 5 youth today are thinking of suicide. Everywhere. Social media has changed the way bullying is happening. But in your case, so far north, imagine a child having to get up so early to go and hunt seal, to go hunt whale or fish with his father, and then come home to, a small house and the weather, God, that weather must be bad. And then do it over and over and over and over and over. And then where's the education? Where's the time for school? Where's the time for socializing? You know what I mean? I understand honestly, I don't understand how it is to be there. But my heart goes out to you, because this is what I'm saying about, like, we imagine, I said, take a minute to look at where we are right now. Because some of these communities, they don't have it so good. I heard my colleague told me that satellite is going to be taken away from some communities. What else, Colette? These are things that people need to just kind of stay connected to the world. And it's almost like the government wants them to just die off or move into the bigger cities. We need resources for this community. We need to deal with the trauma and the addictions. I heard, before I came up here, somebody told me, they said, Northwest Territories is really bad for bringing alcohol. Some places they don't allow alcohol because it's so rampant. And yet they're smuggling alcohol, and these people are selling it to the people for like $50, for a Mickey. Like, that's just sickening. Like, how could a person do that to an already struggling community? But yet, how can that person spend that $50 on that Mickey? You know what I mean? Like, we have to look at it in 360. Because we need to not just think of the problem and say, oh, okay, well, they're all just a bunch of alcoholics and, let them deal with it. Or, let's not have treatment centers in any part of Northwest Territories because it didn't work. Like, find the solution and communicate with each other of how we can help this community. How can we help that community? Maybe funding is tight, but let's find resources from elsewhere. I mean, this effing government's spending trillions of dollars to all these other countries when our country is struggling. White knife for president? I'm just kidding. You know what I found, though, through my struggling? I was in John Doerr Prairie training my Get Ready program 4 years ago, and my sister and I didn't talk because I was gay. And, you know, the other thing, too, is that there's a lot of homophobia as you get into smaller communities. My sister and I didn't talk because my dad also raised her, so she didn't like me because of my sexuality. And out of the blue, my sister messaged me and she said, you know, I saw your show. She left me this message on my phone, and I was in John Doerr Prairie, which didn't have cell service. And she's like, you know, Massey, I just want to let you know that I love you and that I'm so proud of you and your success, you know, in your TV show. And she's like, my heart aches. And she's like, I just want to let you know that I'm so sorry. That was the last phone call my sister made because she died after that. And when I was training in John Doerr Prairie and I got to where I was staying, my phone then started clicking, the beeps started coming. And so I listened to the voicemail, and it was my cousin Vicky, and she was like, oh my God, Massey, I'm so sorry about Tracy. And I'm like, what? And then another one, oh my God, I'm so sorry about Tracy. And then so I called my mom and I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Like, why are all these people calling me about Tracy? Like, and you know, me and my sister didn't have a relationship for like 15 years because I was gay. A stupid little thing like that. So I love men and women love women. Like, who cares? Like, I never got to see my sister, and she died of a drug overdose. And nobody found her for days. So when they had the funeral, because my sister Trudy didn't like me, I said I'm on my way to High Prairie. And I was taking the turn from John Doerr Prairie to High Prairie, and it was like another 3 hours. My sister Trudy called me and she said, don't bother coming, we had the funeral and we cremated her. They buried, you know, they did all that to my sister, and I never got to say goodbye. So, you know, the gentleman asked, does that still affect me, like all that abuse? Yes, it still affects me. But, you know, I learned to let it out. I would never cry in public. You know, I'm a business owner. I'm supposed to act a certain way and be a certain way and dress a certain way. But you know, she was my sister, and they never let me see her because I was gay, not because I was successful or had a TV show. And that's not fair. You know, we shouldn't be burying so many people up north because of suicide. It's not fair. We need resources to go to these people. And what do we have to do? And what has to happen before people will start to look up north instead of looking at the stars? Instead of looking at Netflix and at your phone and at TikTok, what do we need to do? I'm very sorry. You know, I would gladly go there. But I'm just one person. So thank you for your question. Anyone else? Jeez.
Hi, Massey.
Hi, whoever, wherever. Oh.
Over here.
Hi. Hello.
Hi. Thank you for coming today and sharing your story. I know.
Thank you.
Coming out like that and sharing your personal story is really hard, and coming here and sharing your story not only like is an eye-opener, but it also helps us to think of ourselves and to think of our community in a way that, you know, yes, in the Northwest Territories, we do have a lot of trauma. And, you know, I always say guilty by association. And when I say that, I mean in a way that it's okay to talk about these things. It's not talking about it. It becomes normalized, you know? You sweep it under the rug. You see things, you don't call it out for what it is. And that by doing that, you normalize a lot of things, right? And Northwest Territories is a hurting place because of our addiction, you know. It's not just at the bigger centers, it's also very, very rampant in the small communities, especially with communities that have alcohol ban, you know. It creeps in. And the families and the children are the ones that are suffering from it. So I just want to say kudos to you for coming here and sharing your story.
Thank you very much.
I always hear, you know, what doesn't break you, make you strong. And, you know, life has been crappy to you, but you managed to turn that around, and I'm pretty sure you inspired a lot of people in here.
Thank you.
I just wanted to ask, you know, how did you stumble upon the incubator at a time in your life where you opened up yourself to the universe? Because I think universe works perfectly like that when you say, you know what, I'm here.
Yeah,
Must see.
I was talking about like acting straight. So I got a girlfriend. So she lived in Fort McKay, and that's how I got into Fort McKay. And her mother owned a transportation company, and so she was connected with like the band hall. And I met a guy there named Ray. I won't say his last name, but he was a counselor. And so he and I became friends because he was also gay, but he wasn't out. But everybody in the community knew. When you had hair as high as his, come on. So we kept talking, and you know, we became best friends. And Loretta and I were still boyfriend and girlfriend. And so he told me about this project that was coming up, and I thought, wow, this is amazing. I already was business savvy. I loved, the one good thing about my father was that he was a counselor in the community, and he was also the Indigenous instructor at school. And my mother was a teacher for like 35 years. But he was telling me about this, and I'm like, oh my God, I need to get in there. And so he's like, sure. He's like, put your name in, apply. And I believe that when I was 16 and I gave myself to Creator, and I said I'll start to fight back, that also helped me to start to speak up. It also started me to take those opportunities and to have no fear, because I was always afraid. And I would never get any opportunities because I was afraid. And so I believe that because I spoke up about it and said I would love to get it, and you know, how do I get in this, and where's the application, and who do I phone, and you know, like, those are the things, when you think about like the universe and source, you know, Creator and Jesus and all this stuff, and you want things, you can pray all you want on your pillow at night, it ain't coming. You go get it, right? And that's what I did. I then talked to Ray, and so then I went to the band hall, I got the application, I took my time and research and filled it out. They said I was the longest one with the longest application because I detailed my safety company, and I got into the program. Now I can create that program because I have all of the business knowledge, I have all of the resources, I have all of the connections to put on incubators. And I believe that an incubator doesn't just have to be for a community. I think that an incubator can also be for many communities together, you know, because we need to, and I believe, especially in Northwest Territories, now that I've been here, it's like I've been here for a year. Now that I've been here, now that I've been here and I've met a lot of you and I've spoke to a lot of you, and Colette's gathered a lot of information on you. Just kidding. I really think you guys should have an incubator. I really do. And you can have the outlining communities virtually so you don't have to fly them in because it costs a lot, right? Get government funding to have this incubator and, you know, get a lot of grants together. So then you have not only an incubator, but the people that are taking the incubator can get paid to do it, you know? We need to get our people up and going, and I guess it starts here, right? So thank you for that, but that's how I got into the incubator, with no fear. Go ahead.
Thank you. Very inspiring what you're doing here, and I think you're the most realist person I've ever heard speak in front of us.
Oh, thank you.
It's truly inspiring, and I think you will definitely have a great impact on the youth up here. I come from Tuktoyaktuk, Northwest Territories.
Oh my God! And I get to meet one! We're definitely taking a picture.
But yeah, I sit on a lot of different boards, a lot of different subcommittees. I work with territorial, federal, and all different levels of government, and the same reoccurring theme is always present in these conversations. It's trauma, how people deal with it. My community just recently lost 3 young men to a suicide here in the last 2 months, so we are looking at bringing someone up, and I think you'd be the perfect candidate for that, so I would really like to speak with you after this to get your information, and that way I can reach out to all the levels that I'm involved with to get you to come visit my community. And thank you for...
Yeah, thank you. And I would love to. Yeah. I'll bring my video camera. I'm like, it's Lord of the Rings, it's real. I have time for one more question. Oh, sorry. And then maybe I can talk to you after, I think, because you guys have 2:30. But
got it.
Go ahead.
The thing I was thinking about was me, for example, I went to Nietzsche. I took Nietzsche training in Edmonton for 2 years.
Mm-hmm. I know Nietzsche.
I'm also a certified drug and alcohol counselor. And also went to 2 years training for school guidance counselor. So I work at a school, elementary school as well as high school. And what I want to do was to look at how can I make changes to the community to make things happen. And one of the things that I want to do was, well, we're trying to implement a program that's based on healing. And for me, taking the training, I know what the steps are towards the healing. The 5 steps, that's a program that's, now we're putting that into on the land program. So I'm really looking forward to put on the land cultural curriculum program, which will be a research that we're looking to working with the university. But at the same time, we know that our people can do the work and find a path that's really healthy. And at the same time, I hope the leadership here understand that you have to take the initiative and the first step to make that changes. Because for me, a lot of people in the community have skills, have knowledge, but sometimes we don't listen to them. We need to listen to them. Let them know that they are important, especially elders too. We got a lot of trappers, hunters, even though they don't speak the language, they still know what healing is all about on the land. And these kind of things that we need to start listening to and listen to our own people as well too. Masi.
Yeah, thank you. So the question was like, what programs or things can people do? I truly believe, and this is what I do when I do my Get Ready program. I just did one in Horse Lake. And I'll speak really fast. When I go into the community, I also put evening programs on for the community, not just my students, but for everybody. So we open up the gym and we have volleyball night, or we have hockey night. We have AA meetings. We invite the whole community to come when I'm doing my Get Ready program. because then I can catch them, you know, when they come to these things, and I can talk to them and I can say, like, you know, what are you going through? What are the good things about your community, right? And then I can make an evaluation, and I can say, like, you know, this is a community that needs healing, you know, or this is a community that's thriving. And then I would share it with the facilitator that hired me to go and do the program. And I would say, this is anonymous. Can you please hand this to your chief and council? And then the next time I go to train the program, I'm seeing changes. And it's because you go into a community and you can have a conversation with someone, but don't go into a community and tell someone. That won't work. You know, don't tell your neighbor, hey, I need this. You know what I mean? Like, then that's just gonna spark a fight. Go ahead, real quick.
First of all, thank you for coming to our territory. I do hope you have a chance to go in other communities, because it is a beautiful place to be and to visit and to see our territory. When I think about the trauma in our territory, and I think about the youth and how it's overwhelming for them, in the high Arctic, they're isolated communities. It's hard to find resources. It's across the territories as a whole. But I think the impact you can have for our territory is to say, I dealt with my trauma, I found strength through my trauma, and I found a way to be successful. And what I hope is with our youth, whatever trauma they're going through, our communities, they can say, we can deal with it, but we can also find those ways, those steps to be successful as entrepreneurs, whatever it is that the strength is in the community. So I hope you'll be able to go to all of our communities and share your story.
I would love to. I mean, I really think with the trauma, I know I have to go. I really think with the trauma, there's grief and there's loss. There's intergenerational trauma. So me and Colette right now, so Colette is my colleague under my company. She trains the grief and loss program. I train the Get Ready program. And then I go around speaking like this. So we just are about to finish a contract, and in March, we have 1 year available for like a 1 year contract. And so I don't know who the power would be to either negotiate that or talk about that, but we've both decided to dedicate a year to going around. We're thinking Manitoba, but I mean, if Northwest Territories wants us and needs us, we would gladly, dedicate a year of our time to come here to all of the nations and work with you guys and see how much change we could make. Be it an incubator, be it a mobile treatment center, be it just talking, visiting, inspiring, yeah. Thank you very much. Merci, ciao.
Hello.
Just want to say a big thank you to Massey once again. A big round of applause. I know already in hearing from folks around the table, it's been a powerful and hopefully the first of many conversations. I did also want to say that it may be a lot of feelings right now, and so I do encourage people, if you need it, there's the NWTAC helpline or the Indian Residential Schools crisis line if you are looking to talk to somebody if anything has come up for you. So do take some time. We're going to take a break right now so that people can take a moment to reflect, to talk to Massey, and we will come back here for 5 after 3. Thank you.
Just one more thing. If you guys are wondering why I'm parked in the handicap parking, It's because I'm with Colette, and she just had knee surgery, so I'm not, I'm not parking there because I want to.
Hey everybody, the photographer is still here if you want to get headshots done around back behind the trade show in the lobby there. Is Chris from Pedo here anywhere? Chris?
Hello, everybody. We know that there's a number of representatives from the press. If you want to come up here, we'll get you a seat. Ask the press to please come up here, and we'll have you take a seat up here.
And if delegates want to come on back to the big white table, we will begin momentarily. We'll start off with announcement of the director's election for cities, towns, and villages. And then we're going to have MP McLeod deliver some remarks and a very special announcement. So with that, come on back to the white table.
Check one, check test 1, 2. Oh yeah. Got a lot, little, too much? It's okay. Check 1, check 2.
Okay, I will call our meeting back to order, and I will hand the chair to Mayor Rubin for announcement of the elections results.
Thank you, Chair. I think first I'd like to again thank all those who put their names in. Whether you made it in or not, you're here as leaders, and we hope you continue working with us. I'd just like to announce at this time your directors for cities, towns, and villages, our Deputy Mayor Kevin Campbell, Councillor Kevin Campbell, and Deputy Mayor Natasha Kolakowski. Before I turn the chair back, I would like to recognize the previous director, and I believe he's the only one that's not returned. Councillor Ryan Yakalea from Tuktoyaktuk for his last couple of years of service with the NWTAC board. Ryan Yakalea. Thank you, and I'll turn the chair back to Mayor.
Thank you. With that, I would like to welcome MP Michael McLeod, our voice in Ottawa. So, Honourable Michael McLeod, if you would like to come on up to the podium.
Good afternoon, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, delegates, all the community leaders. I see a number of ministers and MLAs here, and I thought I seen the Premier come in. Welcome. Thank you for joining us here today to do this announcement, and thank you, Mayor Alty, for the introduction. I'd like to begin by acknowledging that we're on Chief Dragi's territory, homelands of the Yellowknives Dene and also the North Slave Métis. And it's a real pleasure to be here today. I've been attending the NWTAC AGMs for many years. I'm not sure if the room is getting smaller or the delegates the numbers are increasing, but it's good to see everyone here participating. I'm here on behalf of Honourable Dominic LeBlanc, Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs, Infrastructure and Communities, alongside with Minister Thompson and also Mayor Alty and the number of distinguished guests here for this very exciting announcement that will be improving communities across the territories. Our government has been very focused on building a brighter future, more prosperous, more resilient, and more sustainable Canada for our children and our grandchildren. And last week, the population of my tribe, my family, increased by 1. I had my first grandson born, so I'm still a little bit over the moon, but haven't met him last week. So it's very, very good that our government's working hard to continue working on strong climate action plans, making life more affordable, working towards growing our economy and creating good middle-class jobs across the country, and that includes here in the Northwest Territories. The past few years have highlighted many indispensable aspects of our lives, the importance of supporting one another and being part of a community and protecting the environment. Climate-related disasters such as flooding, wildfires, droughts, coastal erosion, and permafrost degradation is becoming more and more frequent and more severe. So we're furthering our investments in the infrastructure that builds healthy and strong communities. Reliable infrastructure is very important and is key to building more prosperous, resilient, and sustainable communities. And so today our government has taken another step to support the well-being of our communities. So I'm very proud to say and share the news that we're investing more than $24.5 million for 10 projects across the territories that will improve recreation infrastructure and increase protection from wildfires. With an investment of over $19.9 million through the Disaster Mitigation and Adaptation Fund, the NWT, or the Northwest Territories Association of Communities, in collaboration with the government of Northwest Territories, will build resilience to fires in 29 communities by working with small and remote communities to implement over 1,200 hectares of vegetation management treatments. Once complete, this project will offer tens of thousands of residents improved protection from devastating impacts of wildfires. In addition, nearly $4.6 billion in funding will support 9 recreation infrastructure projects across the territories. This includes funding for Nahanni Butte to develop a modern stage for live performances that will be equipped with performance instruments and sound boxes for stage shows and recreation activities. Once complete, the new cultural hub will allow community members to celebrate diversity and preserve their culture. By working with our partners, local governments, provincial and territorial governments, Indigenous communities, non-for-profit organizations, we can build a future we want, taking strong climate change, growing the economy, and bolstering communities. We'll keep working together with our partners to support meaningful investments in infrastructure projects across the country and deliver for our communities, just like the ones we are celebrating here today. When we invest in infrastructure, we are investing in the well-being of Canadians today and for generations to come. Thank you very much. Machicho.
Thank you, MP McLeod. I'd like to now call on Minister Thompson, who's the Minister of Environment and Natural Resources, to give words from the Government of the Northwest Territories.
Thank you. Michael, thank you very much for that, for coming here today to do this announcement. I know we were going back and forth if we were able to do it, so I thank you very much for being able to do this. Good afternoon, and thank you for being here today. I'm pleased to join with you for this announcement, which is very appropriate, taking place in conjunction with NWTAC annual general meeting. Today's announcement is about the well-being of the Northwest Territories communities and residents. These funding contributions from the Government of Canada will provide improved protection for wildfires for 29 NWT communities, as well as access to quality recreation infrastructure in 9 NWT communities, giving residents more opportunities to practice their tradition and culture. On behalf of the Government of Northwest Territories, I want to thank the Member of Parliament, Michael McLeod, for your continued collaboration with the GNWT and municipal governments across the territory to improve the lives of NWT residents. I also want to thank the community leaders who have joined us. Your hard work and commitment is achieving results for your community and residents is admirable. Those 9 cultural and recreation projects will contribute to social gatherings, support traditional practices, and create infrastructure that will support community growth and quality of life in the NWT. The initiative to improve wildfire resilience in 29 communities across the NWT are an investment in the safety and security of residents and communities. We understand the devastating effects that wildfires can have when they occur in or near our communities. And those investments will tackle large fire-smart projects, build wildfire resilience, and allow natural fires to run their course and contribute to healthy and sustainable forests. Everybody sitting in front of you today shares a commitment to improve the lives of the people of the Northwest Territories, and I firmly believe that these initiatives will do just that for thousands of residents across this great NWT. Thank you.
Thank you. And on behalf of the NWT Association of Communities, it's an honor to be here today to celebrate this announcement. It means so much more that we're able to share this remarkable success at the AGM with our members. This funding is an incredible example of what we can accomplish when working together. It's essential to highlight how this funding is a significant turn for the future of our communities accessing federal programs in the territory through the NWT Association of Communities. At our AGMs, our members come together with a common goal, to work together on issues that affect us all. For example, climate change and disaster mitigation have been increasingly urgent. We've seen the devastation and the costs in the past 2 years from flooding in the territory, and we have too much at risk not to address wildfire mitigation. That's why, behind this project, we believe that it's essential to work in collaboration and to have communities as critical partners. Climate change is a key driver in increasing wildfire risk. The fire management policies will ensure responsiveness to our members' communities' priorities, needs, and knowledge. Through extensive consultation with communities throughout this process, the Government of the Northwest Territories developed community wildfire protection plans in cooperation with 29 communities. And of course, the remaining 4 don't require those wildfire plans. This work is urgently needed to build resiliency and reduce the wildfire risk to these communities. Unfortunately, chronic underfunding and lack of capacity made it difficult for community governments to address these vulnerabilities independently. Fire smarting is actively promoted in our communities and has been for years. Yet at the current rate, the program would have taken 83 years to complete, and our communities would have remained vulnerable. With this project, the work can be completed in less than 10 years, protecting our communities and providing socioeconomic benefit to communities across the North. That's why we're here today. Together, we are more resilient, stronger, and versatile, and we can achieve much more when we work together. It's why our communities have worked together for the past 56 years and why we're here today. With that, a big masicho to the federal government for the support through DMAF, as well as the territorial government for partnering with us. That's all 3 levels of government working together. And I'd just like to call MP McLeod as well as Minister Thompson together for a quick photo, and then we will turn it to the media. We'll get 1 question each from the media, and then we will jump into our discussion with the GNWT cabinet, which I know we're also all eagerly awaiting. But for 1 second, we'll just take a quick photo. Direction, what are you thinking? Good?
Just give them looking this way. And just one more. That's great. Thank you.
So opening it up to to the media. We'll start with Luke from CBC.
Hi. The first one, I guess, would be for Michael and Mr. McLeod.
MP McLeod, question from CBC.
Who's it from?
CBC is going to
Right here. So the increase in disaster mitigation funding, does that come from a place of recognizing the previous amounts set out by the federal government were not enough for what the NWT is dealing with right now?
I didn't hear all this question.
Is the funding today in acknowledgement that there was funding previously wasn't enough?
Today's announcement for the disaster mitigation funding is in response to the application that was done. It's got no connection to any other application. There is more actually announcements coming. I can't, until they're ready to release the information, I can't give you that, but the program is ongoing and there is supplemental submissions in.
Follow-up?
One follow-up, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So you mentioned the infrastructure projects. There's 10 projects happening. Do you mind talking about some of them?
Yeah, there is 10 projects. The biggest one, of course, is for the NWTAC through their application for fire protection. Fort Smith is also receiving money for a Riverside Park and Lookout. Committee is going to be working, putting some investment into an existing camp and constructing 10 pads, cabins, and some recreation trails. Hay River, through the Hay River Métis Trades Cultural and Traditional Learning Facility, is constructing a facility to provide training opportunities. And Inuvik is getting money through the Gwich'in camp and putting a system in for better air quality and to improve the camp sustainability. Kakiza is also getting money to put towards their green space gathering area. Nahana Butte is building a performance stage. Paulatuck is investing in their plans for community hall. Tsikachik is putting money towards a wellness camp. And Yellowknife First Nation is also getting in money to invest in the design and preparedness for a cultural space. This information should be provided to all the media outlets, so if you don't have it, just let me know.
Simon? Okay. Ollie with Cabin Radio? All good? Okay. Perfect. With that, if you guys have any other questions, feel free to reach out after. Yeah. So again, a big thank you to the federal government, territorial government, NWT Association, all the community members, to your SAOs and staff for working together to put this application together. It's not easy. I know the city of Yellowknife received funding in the first round, and it's pretty comprehensive, all the work that has to be done. So a big thanks to everybody for making this happen. And I know all of our communities are going to look forward to having this work done. So thank you again. And with that, I'll come to the table and I will ask the cabinet, the government of the Northwest Territories, a big thanks. We're fortunate to have them all join us, everybody's available to attend. Unfortunately, Minister Archie was not available to attend, but joining us today is Premier Carolyn Cochrane, the Executive and Indigenous Affairs Minister, COVID Secretariat, and of course the Premier. Minister R.J. Simpson, Minister of Education, Culture and Employment, as well as Justice. Minister Shane Thompson, Minister of Environment and Natural Resources, Lands, Youth, and MACA. Minister Carolyn Wozniak, Minister of Finance, ITI, and the Minister responsible for Women. Minister Julie Green, the Minister of Health and Social Services, and Persons with Disabilities and Seniors. and Minister Polly China, Minister of NWT Housing Corporation, Homelessness, the Public Utility Board, and WSCC. So we are going to, a big thanks to communities who sent questions in ahead of time. We will start with those questions that memberships submitted over the past week, and then if time's remaining, we'll open it up to questions from the floor. We do ask that we try to keep our questions as short as possible so that we can allow as many questions as possible. But with that, I will turn the floor over to Madame Premier for short remarks before we begin with questions. Premier Cochrane.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's good to be here again. I see some faces that I recognize and some new faces around the table. I was going to say old faces, but I might get in trouble. Somebody might get insulted by that, but with my old eyes, it's hard to see anyway. But really glad you're all here. It's nice to be on this side again. I used to be the Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs, and loved working with the communities. So really excited to be here. Looking forward to your questions. Looking forward to the announcements, or it was exciting to hear the announcements today. Looking forward to hearing what the other announcements are going to be that the MP kind of alluded to but kept a secret from us. So we'll all be excited as they come forward. So again, thank you, and I won't take up all the time, and open it back for questions.
Thank you. And in lieu of Minister Archie, we do have the Assistant Deputy Minister of Infrastructure joining us, which is Mr. Gary Brennan. So I will begin with the first question, was about, the government of the Northwest Territories. Ministers often travel into communities, and just looking to understand why the information isn't provided, schedules with mayors and council, and we really like the opportunity to dialogue more with the ministers when they're in our communities. And so just looking to hear from the GNWT on why that's not the current practice. Premier?
Thank you, and I have to step back for one moment. I'm supposed to, during this week of mourning, take a moment to recognize Queen Elizabeth II, an amazing woman who spent her whole life dedicated to serving the people. So just a moment of recognition for her. As for entering into the communities, it's always been a standard that we try to let people know that we're coming. Council, that we're coming. Sometimes we're not able because flights are tough to get in some communities, and especially the smaller ones when you're chartering in. So we often have really limited time. But we do try to let you know that we're there. I'll remind ministers again to let you know that we're coming. If we're coming, what I'd advise, because again, we cram those schedules right packed, but if you do feel that you need to meet a minister, just let the minister know when you get the announcement that they're coming, and I'm sure the minister will try to make time if possible. But again, as like I say, sometimes they go to meet with Indigenous government, sometimes they'll go to meet with council, other times they'll go to meet with their own staff or to deal with an emergency, and so all situations are different.
Thank you. The next question is about rising costs. We'd like to know if there will be a top-up to the communities due to the high rising cost of everything. We're not sure how we will survive going forward with the rising cost everywhere, and we're struggling to compete with the salaries throughout Canada. As you know, we're already facing capacity issues here, and it's getting harder and harder to keep our employees in place for long-term and even short-term for that matter. This has caused hardship on our residents and community by not being consistent with the programs we have to offer. Premier, would you like me to pass it to you, or Minister Thompson?
Oh, there we go. Thank you. So I can tell you that from our mandate, when we first started out, we looked at providing $5 million from our initiative funding, which is 20% of the Government of Northwest Territories' new initiatives. In saying that, we realize that there's some challenges. I had the opportunity of meeting with the mayor from Tuck this afternoon actually, and we actually talked about this very topic and some of the challenges that we have. We are working with the NWTAC, with your president. We had the opportunity to reach out to the two other territorial ministers to talk about this very topic and how we move forward. What we're trying to do is we're trying to come up with a plan that we can help address some of the funding shortfalls that are out there, but also come together as the three territories. I can tell you right now our staff have been able to get together and we're finalizing that. Once we get that, we will be sharing it with NWTAC. And I know with Mayor Alty, we've made a commitment to work with the the other two territorial in NWTACs. I don't know what the Yukon and Nunavut ones are called, but we're willing to work with them and we're trying to go together as for one ask to the federal government together collectively. The other thing is that we got to understand that each community is unique and different, and we need to understand that and how we work together. We've been able to do provide some opportunities, as you'll see with our lands, transferring that there. That's not all we're able to do, but we're working on solutions that way. But also, as I told Mayor Elias this afternoon, we need collectively to work together. If you guys have ideas on how we can move forward and help, address this funding shortfall, then please share with us so we can work together. I know you have really good connections with the regional superintendents, so work with them as well as us politicians and your MLAs to move forward. So do we have the answer, the ultimate solution? No, but we're working on it and we're trying to get it done as best we can. Thank you.
Thank you. And you did answer another question coming up, so I'll scratch that one from my list. The next question is about infrastructure needs as a result of the Inuvik to Tuk Highway. So we're in a situation in Tuk where we have the territorial government and the federal government promoting the Inuvik to Tuk Highway, which is a great thing. But both governments need to understand the impacts that this is causing, whether it's positive or negative. This is really the only economic opportunity we have during the summer months here in Tuk, from the end of June to the middle of September each year. We do not have an RV park, we do not have accommodations, we do not have enough places for people to eat. What can the territorial government, the federal government, and the community governments and residents do together to address this issue?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Alty, for the question. So in terms of infrastructure, we are assist with our client departments in all other areas to build and maintain GNWT assets. Right now we're actually in the process of finalizing a new visitor center here. I think there's some deficiencies we're working on, and it should be completed and turned over to the Department of ITI for operation in September or October of this year. We're also looking at investing some money in the highway. We have about $14 million worth of federal and GNWT funding over 5 years to make sure the highway remains in good condition. And we're always willing to work with our client departments if they want to build any infrastructure, but it's up to the client departments to come to us with what they want to construct in any community, and we're happy to work with them for that purpose. So, thank you.
Thank you. The next question is about backhauls. In this era of sustainability and efficiency, and given that the government has ownership of the haulage company, are there any plans in place to more effectively use backhauls for waste, hazardous waste, and other commodities?
Me again. Okay, thanks for the question. So yes, so MTS is absolutely interested in exploring this opportunity. We have we have done some meetings with ITI and MAC and some other departments already. But realistically, we need to understand what this really means to MTS. Normally, we don't bring our barges back to the end of the sailing season, and we have low waters at the end of the sailing season, and so what does that mean for backhaul? We're certainly willing to look at doing backhauls earlier if it's economically feasible for MTS. We are operating as a business, recognizing that we have to, it is self-funded. But we're definitely open to have those discussions. Realistically, though, we need to understand the full cycle of what this really means to the organization. So what are we pulling? Where are we going to be dropping it off? Who's going to be picking it up? All of those things before we make any final decisions. But definitely willing to have those conversations. Thank you.
Thank you. The next question is about dredging, which we saw in the media recently and our communities have been experiencing directly. Given our reliance on the river for the delivery of goods to many NWT communities and the recent evidence of the impact of no dredging being completed in Hay River, what are the government plans to get this dredging done to the benefit of all communities serviced out of Hay River? Is there any work being done to address this? And if there is need for federal funds, can we assist you with any lobbying that needs to be done to complete this work? Thanks for showing up, Gary.
Yeah, I think I know why Minister Archie's not here now. First of all, and ultimately, the dredging is responsible of the federal government. It's not a GNWT ask, and certainly not an infrastructure mandate item. We do continue to lobby the federal government, and we've been doing this for years, very unsuccessfully so far. It's too bad MP McLeod didn't stand up today and talk about dredging, but some very good announcements to get us going there. But we do continue to lobby the federal government for, to let them know the importance of the Hay River Harbour and what it means to us in the delivery of our essential supplies and what it means to the locals in terms for fishing and harvesting. We've applied for money under various programs, OPP, and have been denied. We continue to lobby the government and hope that they come to the table with some money. And since there's a lot of active communities here around here, we will take any assistance. If you guys can lobby on our behalf, we'd be happy to do the work if the feds can come up with some money for that there. So, thank you.
Thank you. The next question is about Truth and Reconciliation Commission action number 21, which was about we call upon the federal government to provide sustainable funding for existing and new Aboriginal healing centers to address the physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual harms caused by residential schools, and to ensure that the funding of healing centers in Nunavut and the Northwest Territories is a priority. And we saw the federal government and the government of Nunavut have released funding, and it's three-part funding with on-the-land programs, a treatment center, as well as education for Inuit residents. Just looking to hear if the territorial government is in discussions with the federal government and how that's progressing.
Yeah, thank you for that question. We are not currently in discussion with the federal government about a treatment center. We are just about to release our alcohol strategy. One of the recommendations that's come from interaction with leaders and Indigenous leaders is that we need to revisit this issue. So we are planning to convene some discussions this fall to try to understand how to not replicate the problems we've had in the past, where we've had one treatment center, but not everyone wants to use it because of where it is or the culture it represents, but still to be able to provide in-territory service to people who are trying to achieve sobriety. Thank you.
Thank you. Recently, the Canadian Ministers on the Environment released a report about how to reduce plastics, and we're just wondering what the government's plan is in this regards, and what are the next steps for that work.
Thank you. So we actually met in Whitehorse, I think, a couple weeks ago to have this very conversation. So just a little bit of history. In 2021, the plastic beverage containers throughout the NWT, we collected almost $5.7 million. In regards to what our plans are, we will be continuing to develop in tandem with our commitments to develop and expand 3 waste reduction and diversification programs under the NWT's resource management strategy. Currently, ENR is proposing to amend the Waste Reduction and Recovery Act. Amending the act would allow the GNWT to implement an extended producer's responsibility framework. The aim of EPR program is to shift the physical and financial costs of specific materials away from the communities and onto producers. ENR and MACA will work with communities to create territorial-wide waste diversion programs for tires, use oil, and is starting to expand the types of electrical and electronic products that can be accepted for recycling. This territorial-wide approach to programming will create better economies of scales for marketing NWT recyclables. Thank you.
Thank you. The next talking about the current caps on renewable energy. So the current caps for renewable energy have become an impediment for many projects and communities. We are aware of a paper that has suggested that these caps can be raised. What is the government doing to make these increased caps policy, and make sure we all work together to take advantage of federal funding and do our part to reduce greenhouse gases?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yeah, so the GNWT recognizes that communities want to do their part to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and stabilize electricity costs. Things like net metering and independent power producers play a role, and the GNWT understands that we need to make room for that there. So the GNWT did commission a study to look at the intermittent renewables and to see if they can be increased for remote diesel communities. I understand that report is available on our website. This cap for internet renewables such as solar might be added to the system without something like a battery to keep the system stable. As I think you guys probably all know, but the cap is currently set at 20%, and I do believe that was a decision by the NWT Public Utilities Board, so we can't change it just yet. But the study did show, that it looks like we probably could be increasing the caps, and so we are considering the results of the paper and how the changes can be made while ensuring electricity remains stable. And I'm assuming, I'm not entirely familiar with this project, but I do believe that they are looking at that and should have a decision in the near future on that. So thank you.
Thank you. The next question is about cancer. All of our communities are deeply concerned with the cancer rates that they are experiencing. What is the territorial government doing to monitor and examine rates of cancer in the NWT? Further, what is the government doing in terms of monitoring the land, air, and water for any potential sources that may impact on the health of NWT residents?
Thanks for the question. I can't talk about the environment, but I can talk about the screening. So as many of you may know, or at least suspect, in the NWT, cancer is the leading cause of death, and it's colorectal cancer in both men and women. The territorial approach has been to increase the amount of screening that happens for colorectal cancer so that we can assist in early diagnosis. So the screening program is fully implemented in the Beaufort Delta, the Sawtooth, Hay River, and the Decho, and the implementation in Fort Smith, Clecho, and Yellowknife regions will happen by the end of this year. So if you may have seen that what we've been doing is distributing FIT kits. This is a kit that is sent directly to eligible residents. That means that there's some predisposition that would make screening a good idea. We are trying to work towards an average of 60% participation in these FIT kits to determine whether there's any blood in the stool, which is an early indicator of cancer. So we've distributed thousands of these kits. At this point, the rate of participation ranges quite a bit, up to 30%, so not anywhere near where we would like it to be. So the early screening and detection is really the main point here. It's very difficult for small community health centers to assist with that, but they can provide you with a FIT kit, and that kit can be sent for analysis. If there is something that warrants further attention, then a colonoscopy can be arranged either here or in Hay River, and our service standard for that is 85% of people having their tests within 60 days of a referral. That's the answer on the screening part. Thank you.
Thank you. The next question is about the rollout of carbon tax. As we see the rollout of the next version of the climate tax, community governments will be responsible for paying more and more taxes. This is frustrating as we were assured that this tax would be revenue neutral for community governments. What will the government be doing to protect communities from these impacts of the carbon tax?
Thank you, Mayor Alty. So, I mean, to be honest, we're frustrated too. This isn't something that the GNWT necessarily or well, at all is directly responsible for. The changes came from the federal government. And effective April 1st, as you all know by now, the revised carbon tax is going to be applied. So that does mean, though, that if we don't abide by the changes that are being asked of us by the federal government system will come into play. So the major change that's impacted, well, what's going to be impacting our government and your governments as well, is that anything that is perceived to negate the carbon signal, that's what's not being allowed. And so that's what's changing things for governments now. You know, as a result, we can still provide rebates to residents. We can still provide the cost of living rebate. And we are all still able to have exemptions for fuel that's used to generate electricity and for heating, home heating for residents. It's the heating for, again, the community governments that won't be allowed. As far as what we want to do going forward, you know, although we had to have something in place for April 1st, and we had to have notice of that in this last fall in order to maintain our system. We're still talking to them. We're still trying to explain the challenges that exist in the territories and what this does to us, and the fact that there's not a lot of options for folks in the north and for residents and communities in the north. So still trying to see what the federal government can do to, since again, it's largely imposed by them, what they can do to help support us and to then in turn support you. And hoping to be, you know, much like the issue with inflation, you know, we're live to it too. It's going to impact us. And it only impacts, I realize, smaller communities, you know, outside even more so. So I don't necessarily have a complete answer for you today, but other than to say that we're certainly feeling the impacts. I'm going to keep trying to have that conversation with the federal government. Thanks.
Thank you. The final question from those submitted is about regional wellness councils. And so right now the current practice is for the territorial government to appoint a chair, which is the same for stuff like the Student Financial Appeals Board and the Liquor Commission. But there's other governance models such as school boards, where the members of those councils select their chair from there. Just wondering if the government would be looking at changing that governance model so that the chair is appointed from that within, and if not, why they selected this governance model.
Yeah, thank you for that question. The Regional Wellness Council membership is determined by nomination, so nominations are solicited publicly from the communities through different forms of advertising, and I've sent all of you letters. Indigenous government I have sent letters to repeatedly as well, and I ask for nominations for both the chair and the members. So the form is very simple to fill in, but we do have gaps in the uptake. I will say that we're short members now in the Beaufort Delta and in the Sahtu, and welcome nominations to fill those positions. I don't know why this particular structure was agreed to. It's before my time as health minister. I haven't been asked to change it or justify it until now, so that's something that I need to give some thought to, whether that would provide benefits over having communities nominate their own chairs. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll open it up to questions from the floor, and I just ask, we have 33 communities and only an hour and 10 minutes, so if we can try to limit it to one question per community. If we can make it through everybody, then by all means, let's go for round two. But with that, and again, if we can try to keep our questions nice and succinct, keep them nice and short so we can get more questions. Minister Welly. Sorry, Minister. There you go. Sorry for that demotion. Mayor Welly.
Well, thank you very much. Yes, Sean Welly, Fort Simpson. I think I'll just address this to the Premier, but it's for the Cabinet as well. I'm more or less here to speak about the Red Cross and its ability to help communities and the GNWT as well in the emergency preparedness and in the aftermath, the recovery of emergencies. Why I can say that is because our community is the only one in the Northwest Territories that has actually signed an MOU with the Red Cross, and we did that in the aftermath of our flood last year. We found them to be very helpful. They only come in and help in the areas in which you want them to work with you, and they've helped a lot. In the aftermath of the flood, we had a lot of, I'd say, mental health and wellness issues going on. We wanted to also review our own emergency plan. They have experts, they have feet on the ground. They've returned several times to our community in person to work with us. And so I can only say good things about them. And if I could, just because some of the communities may individually want to reach out to start a discussion about a relationship with the Red Cross. Jen McManus, who is the Vice President of the Alberta NWT chapter, is actually here. Jen, are you in the room right now? Okay, there she is, right there, okay? But what I'm trying to say is that the territorial government, who has used the Red Cross on a couple of occasions in the last year or so, they used them when COVID happened to bring in extra nurses. And that type of relationship, I think, could be strengthened because we want to build bench strength in the aftermath and before an emergency. I think it makes us stronger. There's no reason not to establish these kinds of relationships, and I'm just wondering what the Premier's thoughts are on that. All I can say, like I say, are good things about the Red Cross for my community. Thank you.
Well, it's a good thing I came a few minutes early because Minister Green actually introduced me to the, I apologize, forgot your name, from the woman from Red Cross, so good timing, Jess. So, and I agree, Red Cross was phenomenal in throughout the pandemic, in what, the whole of Canada had to come together, and Red Cross was one of our allies within that. So I think that she did offer, she said she wanted to meet with the Premier, so I think it's, leave me your card before you leave, because I won't be able to find you again after, and I do think it's important that we meet. And if it's an MOU on behalf of all communities or whatever that would be, then that would be something I'd work with the NWT Association of Communities to do. But I do think it would be something that's beneficial to all of us. So something maybe that we can look at as partnership with the Association of Communities and us. Thank you.
I could just add, the Red Cross continues to help in other kinds of emergency situations. They're staffing Stanton in different departments at this point as well. And God forbid that COVID comes back again in a way that requires a lot of hospitalizations. But my understanding from Jen McManus is that they have a care team on standby to assist where that may be necessary. So I want to thank them for stepping up to help us in a variety of situations and look forward to working with the Premier on this MOU. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that Enterprise down there? Has he got hands up? Okay, perfect.
I'd like to know when we will be able to get some ability to administer the lands in our community. We've been in stagnation for almost 12 years now, ever since basically when we were approached to transfer property from equity lease lots to ownership. And ever since that program was initiated by MACA towards us, we've had no control over any of the lands in our community. So we've had zero development in our community as a result of this. And I'm just wondering, how long are we going to have to wait before we can get control over the lands within our municipality? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I can advise you that the Department of Lands and MACA are working with you and the Hamlet to amend the land administration bylaw, which we require to do this to facilitate the transfer. The amendment is required in order to transfer land from a cost other than the market value. So we are working with you, the lands. I can advise you that the both the Deputy Minister of Lands and the Deputy Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs advised me. We're working through it. In regards to the equity leases, something like some of the challenges there, Section 35, we still need to updo the process of going through our consultation with our Indigenous governments, and I can advise you that that process has been completed, so we are working on it, and it is in the process, and we're hoping to have it done within this fiscal year. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions from the floor? I'm going to come back to Fort Simpson. Just want to make sure. Keith, Hay River.
Thank you, Mayor Alty, and thank you to the members of Cabinet and the Premier for being here. Not necessarily questions. I've got 3 topics I'll address quickly. I recognize we're limited time, and everyone here, I'm sure, is going to want to speak. There's the appropriate ministers are here, or at least staff in the department. The first one being a topic that I'm sure everyone is tired of hearing about. I'm certainly tired of talking about it after a decade, and that's the municipal funding gap. We continue to hear that these things are being addressed. The fact of the matter is, we're not keeping up with inflation. The gap is actually getting bigger. I think that we need to, I think the government needs to reprioritize how it funds the communities. The facts are there that growth in the territory is going to come from the ground up. It's not going to come from the top down, and I spoke about this yesterday. There's evidence of that, and I think that we're in a position now, our community and others, that we're not able to, without outside capital funding, grants and things like that from outside sources, we're not able to do anything. There are no new projects that can happen without that outside funding. So we're not keeping up on our O&M commitments, and we're having to subsidize that through taxation of our residents. And I've had this conversation for, again, a decade. When I was first on council, we had the finance minister at the time who came and told us that the tax-based communities had the luxury of being able to increase taxes on our residents. And I'm sorry, I don't feel that increasing the cost of living on our residents is a luxury that we have as tax-based communities, and all the tax-based communities are underfunded. I understand, I believe that's still the case across the board. So I do want to just, I guess, make a note of that and get it off my chest again. But the other issue that I want to speak of, there's social issues. We've all been here for the last couple of days listening to some pretty dire circumstances in a lot of the communities. Addiction, crime, homelessness. The problems are obviously everywhere. They're not unique to the Northwest Territories or any one community, but I feel that we need to do a better job, and again, something I spoke of working collaboratively, department to department and maybe community to department. One department does not have the capacity on its own to solve the many issues that come from, be it homelessness or addiction. And the communities certainly don't have the horses to handle it on our own. In Hay River, the last year, there's been 2 shootings. I personally know 7 people in the last year or so, 2 years, that are no longer with us because of drugs in one form or another, or the drug trade. Last week there was a week-old baby left on a sidewalk in our community, and that is not a rumor, that is a fact. I can attest to it. More needs to be done in that area while there's still people left in our communities that want to live there. I have my son turned 17 months old today, and I want him to have like every parent, I want him to have a better childhood than we did. And I, for the first time, am starting to think that may not be a possibility. And that's a pretty depressing thought for somebody that loves my community as much as I do. The other issue that I'll speak on is one that I've heard from other community leaders over the past few days, and I certainly appreciate their voices. There was a written question. I can almost guarantee I know who wrote it. It was on dredging. I heard the answer that it's the federal government's responsibility, and I think my colleague, Councillor Bouchard, has heard that multiple times over the years, and other MLAs have seemingly been yelling into the void about that since they stopped dredging. It may be a federal responsibility, but what happens when we can't get supplies to the communities in the north? Whose responsibility is that? And who's going to pay for that? So when it comes right down to it, passing it on and washing your hands of it is not going to work, because the day is coming that freight will not get out of that harbor. It will come. I mean, you guys just saw your windmill that's $30 million over budget stuck on a sandbar. That probably $30 million could go a long ways towards dredging, I would think. And I think that the longer it continues, the more expensive it's going to get, and that someday someone's going to have to foot the bill for it. And MTS is the government's. I hear that it's self-funding, which I would kind of probably debate, but the idea that we can just leave it and hope for the best is not going to work. I mean, from an economic standpoint, it's crazy to just watch it happen. But I mean, now we're talking about a safety issue. I mean, we just experienced a very devastating flood. There were people in our community that lost everything. And I think, maybe dredging wouldn't have stopped that, prevented it, but I would bet my shoes that it would have lessened the effect. And, the environmental argument that I've heard is, I can promise that the things that went into that river and into the lake during a flood were a lot more detrimental to the environment than dredging, including a barge that sat fully submerged in the East Channel till about a week ago. So those are the three things that I just wanted to speak to all of you about, make you maybe aware of if you're not. And hopefully we can get some progress made on those issues, because the way that we're going right now is seemingly backwards. I don't know, on a few key areas that would make a significant difference, I think, territory-wide. Thank you.
Thank you. No particular questions, but would Cabinet like to respond?
Okay, thank you for sharing your concerns. I agree, the municipal funding gap is getting bigger. The territorial funding gap is getting huge as well. So, we haven't forgotten you, but I think everyone knows that financially, everyone's getting hit. It's the federal government, in fairness, the territorial, the municipalities, the Indigenous governments, and the people, your next door neighbors. The prices that people are having to pay for things is crazy. So all I can do is keep lobbying the federal government. I'm glad my MP is here. He hears me. And in fairness to our MP, he's actually a really strong lobbyist. I do have to give kudos to Michael for the work that he does at the federal government. But we've been talking about it forever. And I do think that, I hope that our Prime Minister does hear us, and I am hoping that in this next federal budget that we'll see something significant for the Northwest Territories. That's a plug for you, Michael, to keep going. And in the ass. As for the social issues that we're seeing, it's scary, you're right. I'm a grandmother and I'm watching what's going on in the world, and I mean, we always had mental health and addictions and social issues here in the NWT, but when COVID hit, it was almost like people forgot to be kind to each other. I'm watching as we come out of COVID and how vicious people can be, and things on Facebook and just lashing out at freedom fighters and people all over what's going on. It's not okay. So I think as leaders that we need to all stand up for this. We're gonna have a hard toe ahead of us, and if we don't start making sure that we look within ourselves, within our own communities, territorial government, what we can do, federal government and municipalities, then we're going to lose generations to come. And I hate to see not only what their lives will be like, but what type of people they will be. Because one thing about the North that I always was raised with, being from here, is you always take care of each other. You never drive by somebody that's broke down on the side. Back in the day, we always left our door open. If somebody was in the house, everybody got fed. It didn't matter if my mom had to give less to a child, everybody got fed. I'm seeing those values leave. So really reinforcing to everybody that, we're going to all have to take a stand in this as it goes forward, or we're in trouble. As for the dredging, I was just asking that as well. So what I can commit to is that the next time I do meet with the applicable federal minister, Vandal, probably I'll do more inquiring about what's up with the federal government, why they won't do it. If they're not going to do it, what are they going to do? Because it is our main supply. And so it's bigger than just dredging around Hay River. It's making sure that we can get things to all of your communities that are so dependent on our marine system. So thanks for bringing that up.
Yeah, thank you. I forgot to say this. So in regards to the funding formula, the policies out there, we're committing to look at it in 23-24. We will have it done this fiscal year, like our 22-23. So we have the actual costs. And again, I have to reiterate, collectively, we are working together to go to the federal government to see what we can get from them. So we are looking at the policies so we can show the actual costs and how we move forward on it. So Keith, I can guarantee you this is something that we're working on. And like I said, we were looking at 23-24. We will have it done by this fiscal year moving forward. So, and we'll be sharing that with the NWTAC as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Rubin?
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Minister Tina, for letting her know that I had a question. And funny enough, it's towards you. But first, I want to thank the Cabinet and Premier for giving us your time again. As one of the draws to this gathering today is just to sit with and collaborate with you and work together. And my question really, and I've heard it, and I've been working at it through the summer, both at the local level and with the old folks, but it all stems back to the level of authority of our LHOs. It seems that as we try to work some issues out with the people, the old folks in this case, that I can't get an answer without waiting for an answer from Yellowknife. They streamline it through the region. Rent assessments, as an example. I just spoke to the local housing authority this morning to try to get some clear answers, but it all goes back to that they don't have any authority at the local level. I've been trying to help one of the old folk, a couple in the old folks, to adjust their rent. They've been since the last year or two increasing their rent. I think it was like 300 to 700, and I don't remember what it is today. At one time, years back, I can recall there was a cap for the old folks' residents, and I don't recall hearing of a change to that policy. So, and it reflects on the rest of the community. I myself was a board member with the local housing authority, and I got frustrated. I didn't go back. There's no authority. There's nothing you can do at the local level. The policy, out of Yellowknife down to the region, and we have to wait for answers through the stream. And again, it's really frustrating. We recognize that at the local level there is the expertise. There's people with a background, people that are dedicated to their homes and the people there. We don't feel that waiting for answers out of Inuvik or Yellowknife. There is no compassion. There's nothing, and it frustrates us as leaders that there's nothing we can do about it. So I'm hoping that Cabinet that we can afford some changes and improve our working relationships. We can't work the way it is now. There is nothing. And just quickly, the wind is changing in a lot of our communities, and we're looking to cleaner energy to address greenhouse gas emissions. And I would really like to hear formally a commitment to work with the communities to institute some of the programs to address the change to renewable energy. As an example, our friend from, again, I'm sorry, Mayor from McPherson, Mayor Sue, we met in Whitehorse in May, and we realized we're not alone. There's a lot of other communities with initiatives to address greenhouse gas emissions, decreasing that. And we've been working just over a year ourselves towards that. And one of the partnerships and customers at the highest level is the housing authority, the housing assets, the houses in our communities. So we feel that we need commitment from your group to say that, yes, you're going to work with the leaders there to attain our goals. And it's only for improvement. We're looking at efficiencies, improvement efficiencies. We spoke together of if we're going to improve the conditions of our units, let's do a bulk order, let's order together, that kind of thing. And it'd be really great if we had something formal from the housing department up, down to say that, yes, we're receptive and we will work with you. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Mayor Rubin, for your question as well too. And I just, since I've received the portfolio, I'd really try to take a look at our policies that are there and looking at those changes. We do have the renewal that we are currently working with as well, and I want to see some changes while that document has been established, and working with the local housing authorities is something that is on my mind as well too. And what I've done so far is when decisions are being made and brought to my office, I'm now wanting to see the sign off from the chairperson and from the board of directors in order for me to support what is happening at the smaller community level as well too. But they are the local housing authorities, and looking at those service agreements that we do have, I pulled those back, and I'm looking at reviewing them as well too. Do they have to be enhanced? There has to be changes. When was the last time that they were reviewed? And how can we have the decision-making authority more coming from the community level? It's really important for me because I need to know, you know, what houses need to be renovated, where are the repairs, where are the mold issues, the overcrowding, and I feel that we need to improve our relationship with the local housing authorities throughout the Northwest Territories. And I've had the opportunity also to visit your community as well too, to really speak to people face to face as well too, and how our decision making at headquarters at this executive table really affects the person that is just trying to live in the low cost affordable housing, and how our changes affect them as well too. At your request, I guess, like, I wouldn't mind to follow up with your community as well too, if you would like us to come in and further these discussions as well too. I am absolutely open to that. And also looking at our energy efficiency as well too, that we are looking at a report going forward and how we could better enhance those our utilities and energy savings throughout the Northwest Territories as well too, and really looking at our building designs as well, where they could adequately fit the different climates throughout the Northwest Territories. And I just want to use as an example of what we would build in Hay River would not be equivalent to what we would build in Nunavut. We have different climate issues that I've recognized and I noticed. So with that, Mayor Rubin, I'd just leave it with you that if you would like us to come into your community and meet with you as well too, that I'm open to that. Masi.
Thank you. Mayor Joshua?
Juana. Yep, thank you. We've had a lot of cruise ships come through our community, so this summer, and well, our community anyways, and would really be good to better develop our communities to deal with cruise ship activity, and the amount of people that come off those ships are more than double the size of our community of Ulukaktok, and with some suggestion of what's available to other communities that they can take into their countries that they buy from our communities. Like, I know some things are banned from certain countries, and so it would really be good to see if we can help our people to make what will sell in the cruise ships, you know, because they work so hard to get their goods and furs and things made before cruise ships, but a lot of it doesn't sell. The time they take to an effort to make those goods is, you know, and then they have to go and sell them somewhere else because they didn't sell at the cruise ship. The other thing, homelessness is still an issue in the north. The other part to that question is training. When you go out for training, we just lost a lady that got trained here in Yellowknife, and she lost her house, so she has no house to go back to at home because she had to give it up in order to go for training. And now that she's got that training, she's got no home to go back to, so we'll most likely lose a person that's got training that could have got work at home or help, you know, our community with the training she has. And the other part I wanted to bring up was health is still an issue in the north. Our communities, we've lost some members because they've gotten sent home with Tylenol for many months, and then when they finally get sent out to get checked for in a hospital, you end up with a terminal illness of cancer or something, and it's just reality in the north. It's something has to be done. Kwana.
Thanks very much for the question. I wanted to pick up, I guess the first question was around tourism supports, and you know, what sells. Both the EC and ITI are responsible for arts, but with respect to tourism, that certainly does fall to us. And there are folks from ITI here, so you know, I know we're listening, I'm listening, and our officials are listening. We worked to ensure that Europe will take some of the products that are more restricted, but I know that the United States has restrictions that are much more strict, so it depends who the clientele are. But what I was just trying to see if we could sort of try and do is have a list for folks, right, so that they know. And it's been hard with the cruise ships being canceled to get a sense of who's coming back first. But if we can get a sense of who is coming, and then we can help support so that you know who's coming and what the rules are, right? So you know in advance what products to bring out, because you know, rather than bring out these 10 items if they can't sell, we'll bring out the ones that you know can. So yeah, let me take that back. I think we can probably come up with a list like that. I don't think that should be too hard if that doesn't exist already. And then with respect to just general tourism supports, I mean, you know, I think maybe we're overdue I can certainly get you a list. There's a lot of tourist supports out there. They work out of the NWTAC office, but you know, just maybe it's time for just a little refresher on that. So I can certainly get that information to you again. Premier, I think I'll leave the other items to other ministers.
Thank you, and thank you, Mayor Joshua, for your questions as well too. And homelessness is such a huge issue throughout the Northwest Territories, and different type of housing needs is what I've recognized throughout the territories as well too. And looking at what kind of programs and services we actually can provide. The other thing that we do have is that we do have a 100-unit rollout happening this year as well too. And we also worked very closely with the Indigenous governments and with the federal government with the rollout of the distinction-based funding, where Indigenous governments had received a significant amount of funding to address infrastructure and homelessness in their communities. But like the same invite for Mayor Rubin as well too, I would like to follow up with you as well too in looking at the opportunities to address homelessness in your community and looking at what we do have on the ground, what is the stock there, and looking at training as well. I'd also like to follow up with you to hear about the individual that had went out for training and ended up losing their home. This is something where we need to really improve our relationship with the local housing authorities and really look at the reviewing of our policies as well too, so it could better fit to the needs of the people in the communities as well. Masi.
Thank you for your question about the response at the health center. I have to say I hear very often about people going to the health center and not getting the kind of treatment that they want there. The health centers really are not staffed with people and equipment where it's possible to diagnose cancer. They can recommend people come to one of the regional hospitals or Yellowknife for additional testing. And there's so much variety to this that I guess what I want to say is that we don't want people to have late-stage diagnosis and die prematurely because of a lack of a diagnosis. So I really encourage people to be persistent, to go to the health center and to be persistent about symptoms that they're experiencing. It's cold comfort for someone who has had a late-stage diagnosis, but doing something is better than doing nothing, although, you know, being sent away with Tylenol time and again is a very frustrating situation. I acknowledge that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Elias?
Thank you, and just like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak here today as well. I have a few comments and then a question with housing as well. A few comments I want to make here is that I think, you know, what we're going through right now in our community, you know, with the suicide and stuff like that, is, you know, for me and for our leadership in the community, and for a whole community for that matter, is the emergency right now. While I speak here today, there's a funeral service at home with one of the more recent suicides. And, you know, in a small community, you know, we have a handful of people that are working really hard to deal with the situation, to try to keep the people busy, and whatever we can. And we have all the departments, agencies in the community, and there's a lot of agencies that are doing nothing, that, you know, are there being paid to be there. When I get back, I'm going to be calling an interagency meeting. I think it's important for all the ministers here to realize that, you know, that the departments at the lower level, at the communities, when they're brought to communities, you know, we're the ones that are pushing them to come to meetings. And there's nothing wrong with that, but I mean, in a situation that we're in right now, we shouldn't have to be pushing these people to come and see us. Being paid in a position to support the community, and they need to be there. And I'm just letting you know that, you know, all the departments in our community, you know, to make sure that they're called out to, you know, to support us in regards to programming or whatever we need in the community right now. I have reached out to some of the ministers and reached out to Julie and thanked Julie for all your support. And in that matter, one of the questions I have here is for housing. So, I mean, Polly's been to TUC in the past. There was an announcement made that there were 6 units coming up in TUC. And I don't know where that is today. It's been quite a while. One of the things that I asked during that time was whether it's going to be stick-built, which is very important, rather than bringing in prefab into the communities. And also, are you planning on building in trades programs with announcements like this, with all the housing? Everybody here is asking where's housing. And, I guess at some point, we're going to start building houses in our region. And whether it's 2 or 3 year program or 4-year program, I think there's a big opportunity there, to build in the trades programs. We've had a lot of graduates in our community that, are graduating and they're sitting at home. So I don't know, I think that's a perfect opportunity. We hear people talking about, in our community, we've got 2 or 3 people that are servicing all the units when they have time. So I think it's an amazing investment for GNWT. It also gives us the opportunity, when we tap into small funds where we can piggyback off of projects like that but I think it's super important that, if we're going to roll out this housing program, that we make sure that we include the trades programs in there so that we can have our young youth that are just graduating with an incentive at the end, and then you end up with 3, 4 young women or young men in a community that, can support the community. But right now, I don't see any announcements like that. I don't see the incentive at the end. And maybe it's not going to be just one department. Maybe it's a few departments that have to work together to make that happen. But it's a need in my community, and right now we're going to Inuvik. If we want to get anything done, whether it's your boiler system or carpentry work and stuff like that, and it's super expensive to bring people into the community. So just on the housing part of it, I want to know, if you're coming to the communities, what's the thought about stick build and also the trades program being built in? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Elias, for your comments as well. And I just also want to express my condolences to the loss in your community as well, too. I don't have the updated list in front of me right now to confirm whether these units are stick-built or modular. But when we had received money from the federal government, we were also on a time frame as well too, where we had to be delivering the modular units, and housing had taken that back, where we recognized in some of the higher Arctic communities that modular was not effective, that it was actually costing us a lot more to be installing those units in the climate and weathering those conditions as well. So I'd have to follow up with you to confirm the 6 units that are being constructed in your community, whether they are modular or stick-built. And also just commenting on the building trades programming that you're inquiring about. One of the things I had changed with our negotiated contracts and all contracts going out is that they are required to be building in trades and apprenticeship. It has to go along with those contracts as well. What I've recognized throughout the Northwest Territories is the companies and the Indigenous governments that have that we are working with, that there's challenges as well to continuously employ the people at the ground level. Some people are not showing up. The commitment, it's challenging, but it hasn't stopped the contractors in those communities for still seeking out individuals to further either their apprenticeship or else the employment and training as well. And also looking at those possibilities, I'd like to follow up with you as well, because I would be, what I request from the department is, how many apprenticeships have we serviced throughout the rollout of these units being delivered. The last number I did get was, I think it was 17 that we did have, that were kind of fluctuating, people showing up, not showing up, but the whole point of those, the opportunity was to create local employment when these units are being constructed as well too. And then just once again, that looking at the trades and apprenticeship as well too, we are working with Education, Culture and Employment on, oh gee, don't quote me on this, but I think it's the home maintenance, public housing home maintenance. There's a different term for it. I just can't think of it at the top of my head. But looking at that programming as well. And also, I think that's it. And if you would like us to follow up with you as well too, and further that conversation as well, like I'm open to that as well. Masi.
Thank you. Mayor Daniels?
Yeah, there's a topic that I want to hit on that barely doesn't come up too much. And I wanted to do it because the MP's here from Ottawa, so I want him to take this message back to Ottawa. It's something that you got to deal with. Right now, you got all kinds of crises in our communities, you know, and your justice system, that's just a mockery. That's a joke, you know. And I would even, you know, I'm tough on stuff like that. And I'm one of the leaders that'll hit the hardest questions, because that's what we're put in this job to do. You can't pick and choose nice topics and get a pat on the back. There's topics there that you got to hit on, because nobody's going to push it further. So this whole justice system has to be rewritten. You know, when someone shoots someone in your community and he gets 5 years and he comes back in the community, he's going to come back worse off. Now, we had police officers shot, we had young people shot, and it's going to get worse with the drug problem. You got drugs out there, even the police can't touch them. Like, I'm in the wrong business here. You know, but someone's got to push this item, you know. And I'd even go so far as if you had the death penalty, I'd be the first one to sign up on it. And I ain't shy to say that. Because right now we're putting people in jail. I had a few people killed in my community. Yeah, he's almost out already, because he's got good time. Like, oh my God, you're a murderer. You don't get good time. You get 100 years. That's life. You know, and it gets me mad when you see Facebook. Oh, it's inhumane to kill him. Let's be honest about it. Why don't you go to that family's house where his daughter got killed or whatever? Stay with those people for a month. Every breakfast, there's a chair empty. You know, nobody looks at that. It's inhumane. Well, how did she die? How did he die? He got shot for no reason. You know, but everyone's like, they're scared to talk about it. And I brought this up over the last 15, 20 years, you know, to Ottawa people, that no one will ever hit that. Why? Because they won't get elected again. Well, who cares if they don't get elected in? You're put in there to fight for the people. You're not put in there because you're getting a paycheck out of it. We all sit around the table, yeah, we love our towns, love our communities and that. But yeah, sometimes you got to hit the tough jobs, the ones that unpopular. And sure, you're going to get criticized for it, but at least you're pushing an envelope. It's never came up before. It never comes up. You know, that's what gets me mad. The whole world's gone crazy. And it's Canada. You got too much rights sometimes here. Criminals got more rights than you. You shoot your neighbor's dog, like, holy smoke, you're going to get fined plus jail, whatever. You kill someone, you get 5 years, you're out walking around again. You have a chance to have a family, have a chance to have kids. That person that died there, it never has that chance. He'll never get it. You know, and I'm sorry, but, you know, a long time like this has happened, and nobody wants to tackle this issue. Well, I ain't scared of issues. That's what I was put in this job to do, was to tackle hard issues. And I've done that over my career the last 30 years. And I ain't scared of it. But, you know, that whole justice system's got to change. You know, and even those judges, they shouldn't be appointed. They should be elected like every one of us. If you're no good, then stay home. If you're good, then that's the person we want. He'll get elected every time, like most of us. You know, that's how bad it's got to change. Like now, I got two in our area. Yeah, they're probably going to get 5 years. You know, and this person, he didn't even deserve that. He was out ready to go to work at 7 in the morning. This person come along, shot him because he was going to rob his house. Yeah, the guy never had a criminal record in his life, raising his kids, everything. You know, and this guy took him out. He's going to get 5 years. There's another one there. I believe it was a Pipers, old couple. And this guy from down Ontario came up there and thought the old people had money because they had a big fancy house. But that house was put there because of the landslide in '68. Government redone it. So they thought the old people had money, and the guy killed them and dragged their bodies in the cooler. He got 50 years. But every time parole comes up, Fort Smith people got to write letters to the parole board to keep them in there. You know, like, he should just be doing life, and he's going to die in jail. You know, I'll be very blunt about it. Because this topic, nobody wants to push it. You know, and you have ministers, they should be talking that stuff. You know, and you know what? Years ago, the other party there, what was it? Conservatives. You know, be honest about it. I'm native, so they're maybe a little bit redneck, eh? But they did do a good job. They were the ones that was pushing justice. You know, so even though they're redneck, even though I'm an Indian, they done a good job. You know, but that's the kind of people you need in there, is people that have the nerve to do it and do the job. So help out Canadians. You know, so anyway, I just want to touch on that, and hopefully this will go to Ottawa and Trudeau will listen there. You know, otherwise I'm not voting again. Bye.
Thank you, Mayor Daniels. Premier, any comment from Cabinet?
Thanks, then. So I can comment on it, although it was clear the mayor was addressing those to the federal government, because it is the federal government that has oversight of the Criminal Code of Canada, as well as who appoints the justices in the Northwest Territories. But I can bring these comments to the Chief Justice when I meet, you know, in terms of there are certain sentences available, and then there are certain sentences that are given. And so I know that, you know, the mayor highlighted some instances in his community. Keith illustrated some instances in my community, and so I'm very familiar with what's going on and the impact it can have. So I'm happy to bring those comments forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Mayor Bolio.
Well, let's bring this back to the NWT from Ottawa. I have a couple of concerns in my community. I guess it could be in a question form. One of them is for housing, of course. In Providence, we have a beautiful community. I've been there for a few years now. People are really keen on keeping their community clean. So when you drive, and it always looks nice. It doesn't matter what time of the year. Grass is always cut. What I've seen over the years with housing, when they build a new house, they go in the back where there's virgin ground, you could say there's nothing, they clear it, they put a pad in and put a house in. Now, they have about 10 houses that are boarded up in the community, in the middle of the community. I think they made some kind of arrangements with the Band Council this year to renovate 3 or 4 of them, but there's still several that are boarded up. It's a safety issue. Actually, kids were playing it, then one of them caught on fire. They should have let it burn down, but we have a good fire department, so they put it out. It's still standing there. All I'm saying is, when you want to build a new house or structure in Fort Providence, take your old ones down, take it to the dump and build a new one there. I say it's safety because kids are going to play in old buildings. I mean, I was a kid one time in Fort Reyes, but I just love playing in old buildings. You step on nails and you go back there again. But we have to stop that. And if you drive into Providence, all the old houses are in the middle of the town where they started building years ago. And now they're old and it's an eyesore in the middle of town. You want to see nice houses, you have to drive in a back road, they call. That's where all the new houses are put. People, those lots could be available, but there's an old house that's going to cost $70,000 to move. I asked someone from housing why they don't move those houses out or destroy them and build there. They said because it costs a lot of money. It costs about $70,000 to take the house down and destroy it and prepare the land. I asked a contractor in town that prepares land for houses to be built, and he said, well, I charge housing anywhere from $90,000 to $100,000. If you took the whole house away, you're going to save about $30,000. So I don't see the sense in what you're doing there. But this subject was going around in Fort Providence for the last 3-4 years. People are asking why this is like that. They said, well, it's up to the housing authority. You ask them, they say, well, it's up to the government. Anyways, hopefully this would come up, and the next time you want to build someone a nice house, put it in the middle of town, get rid of your old one. That's all I'm saying. Another thing, I guess, is for Minister of Infrastructure. He's not there, but I spoke to other ministers before in the past. Some of you are probably looking at me and saying, well, your brother was a minister at one time. I did talk to him too back then about it. And when they build the road from town all the way downtown, they built offshoots in the community, in the roads. So the water that then ditches hits those offshoots and go into the river. So what those offshoots are creating is banks are falling in. And there's one particular spot as you drive to town. Drive carefully, because if you go off the road there, you're going right into the river. So they always said, including the minister I've talked to in the past, God, that's terrible. They said, we should fix that. I talked to highways managers. Yeah, they're going to fix it. This year I talked to, I'm going down from ministers down. This year I talked to a foreman that was there. He said, yeah, this fall we're going to put all the big rocks in and put concrete, fix it, we're going to move it out so there's no the erosion of that bank. So that's something I think should be done. It's very unsafe. A couple of years ago, or it was last summer, a little girl in a four-wheeler almost went down the bank. I'll guarantee you, a kid ever goes down there, four-wheeler is dead. So it's a real safety issue. MACA is another department. One of the craziest things I could have. It was before I come back, but they dug ditches in a community. Some of them is about 10 feet deep. You know, if elder fell in there in the springtime, you'll find, when the water goes down, you'll find a dead person in there. That's how deep they are. And it is because the engineers, they wanted to move the water from the town into the river. But the bank is the high part of the town. They should have been running the water back around into Snice, but they didn't do that. So, but that created about 4 more offshoots where water goes into the river. So I can almost guarantee you, you know, within 4 or 5 years from now, and I can see it now, it's starting to, the bank starting to go into the river by those offshoots, like by the church, one by the halfways downtown. So Anyways, I'm not going to go on so long, but those are the two issues I wanted to bring up. I brought it up to the lower level from you guys, and nothing gets done. Hopefully, maybe you'll do something. So next time I see a mansion built in Fort Providence, it's not going to be built in the bush, it'll be built in the middle of town. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Chena and then Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Mayor Bolio, for your comments as well. And I have to follow up with those 10 units that you're referring to, and I would like to verify whether they've been transferred over to the community or not. But the LHO is correct that it does cost us quite a bit amount of funding for us to tear down these units. And I hear you where, we need to free up the land if we're going to be constructing new as well too. I will bring that back to the department as well. And thank you so much for your comments. And it's something that we really work with throughout the Northwest Territories as well. And I just like to also comment that this is the largest rollout that housing has seen in 4 decades. And I'm not too sure if we'll see this continuously throughout the next government. I really don't know. But right now, we do have an opportunity. There is quite a bit of units that are being rolled out, but I'll bring that back and verify the status of those 10 units that you're referring to. Masi.
Yeah, thank you for the question there on the erosion. We're aware of the erosion there in the community. It was brought up by your MLA a couple of months ago, I do believe, after the ice went downriver. And I think we were on the understanding that the erosion this year happened because of the ice, the amount of water and ice in the river there. We do plan on putting some large rocks down there this year. First I heard of cement, so I'm not quite sure you're informed for that, because that would be new to me. But we do plan on putting some in there as a temporary solution, see how it performs. I do believe we actually did a similar thing about 8 to 9 years ago in that exact same location. So we're going to put some more stone in this year, see how it performs. We are concerned about the high water levels, the ice, taking that rock and just pushing it away. So we'll see how that performs, and then we'll make an engineering solution if that doesn't work. Thank you.
Thank you. Unfortunately, we have to get to the next speaker, but Premier's cabinet coming to dinner tonight?
Yes,
Some of them are. So we will have the opportunity to chat a bit further, and of course, reach out to the ministers if you do have any other questions. I have Mayor Pope next, and then Councillor Rebeska, and then Mayor Narasu, and then Mayor Yali.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Good afternoon, Cabinet Ministers. It's nice to see you all here. Before I start on my question, I'd like to thank Mayor Daniels for his comments on justice or the lack thereof. Thank you. About 15 years ago or so, prior to devolution, the federal government put out a call for oil and gas lease rights in the Sato region. One company bid in the area of $188 million for these rights. And what they receive from these rights is they must do a work commitment expending the dollars which they commit to. During that period of time, a lot of work took place in the region. People worked, people had training, contractors were busy, the Sato was flourishing, everybody was wealthy. But then the price of oil at that time dropped. There was issues with the cost to do business, and there was issues with hydraulic fracturing. So the company left. They went back south. They cleaned their sites up. They took everything they had, right down to the last paper cup lying on the ground, cleaned the site up. But as a result of not meeting their full work commitment, they forfeited a dollar amount. And I'm sure if I have the dollar amount wrong, I'll be corrected by my friends at the cabinet here. But my understanding is something in the area of $40 million were forfeited by the oil company back to the company, back through the NWT. So my question comes up, if this is a true case, where did the money go? Was it put back into general revenue? Was it used to supplement some of our shortfalls in funding, which we've been talking about all week, where all the programs seem to be short of money? And $40 million is a good piece of change. So I just go back and ask the cabinet or whoever wishes to answer that, if in fact these facts I'm providing are close to correct. Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor Pope. I'm assuming this is coming to me. I mean, there are some lands in the area that are federal jurisdiction. There was a $47 million work commitment forfeiture from Shell. That was up from the Beaufort Delta, though. There hasn't been a $40 million that I'm aware of in the 3 years that I've had the tenure here. So, but look, I mean, I think this is one that clearly you've got a lot of details on that maybe I need to hear direct, and then we can kind of try to unpack where the money was from, what the land was. It may have been federal lands, and then it would have gone right back to the feds, because there's a piece in that area that is federally administered.
Thank you. The commitment was made under federal jurisdiction prior to devolution. They left the territory from working up here after devolution, which was then under the control of the GNWT. The company was Husky Energy. And the word I have got from people in the Satu that know about these things and from people in the oil industry is there was a forfeiture by the company. I'm told it was in the area of $40 million. If I am incorrect, I apologize, but I would certainly like to see this checked out. And again, my question is, if that money was forfeited, where did it go?
Thanks. So, I mean, again, there was one large forfeiture in the last, I think it was in the last fiscal, that does come in back into the GNWT, and it would go into consolidated revenue to administer all the other things that we administer as a revenue. So if that's the one you're thinking of, that's where the money went, back into consolidated revenue fund. But again, I will double check and make sure that we are talking about the same one. And then, happy to follow up further, as I suspect it sounds like there might be a follow-up question once we've figured out that piece of it. Thanks.
That will be good. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rebecca?
Masi, one of the things that the Premier was talking about was to focus on the health and wellness. One of the things mentioned was the treatment facility, as well as looking at on the land-based program and looking at community awareness on addiction, drug and alcohol addiction. And these three things that is talking about that's very important to start looking into and supporting it, because one of the things that we find in the community is we look at, in our own language, we call it Hutitseda, which means part of health and wellness, feeling good inside. And the other one is called Natsaji. Natsaji means healing. So we have two things we're talking about here is Natsaji as well as Hutitseda. And if we're looking at these two things, then we're looking at healing as well as wellness. One of the things that we're focusing on is when we're dealing with wellness, we're dealing with really traumatized issues and trying to overcome these obstacles by dealing with it. But then when we look at wellness and health and wellness as more of a aftercare and base program, which is based on the land program, continue to support. So I think that if we can continue to work and focus on helping the community, it'll be good. It's just going to be continue to be supported. I just want to ask a question. Masi.
Yeah, thank you. Can I just ask you which community you're from?
Bishiko.
Oh, okay, great. So I really like the names of your programs. They would be good names to use in English instead of what we do use, which tends to be pretty antiseptic. So the mental wellness and addictions recovery programs are largely administered by communities with money provided by the territorial government, such as On the Land Healing, Peer Support Group, Addictions Recovery and Aftercare, and so on. And the idea there is that the community knows what they need, and we provide money for them to meet those needs. And I know that communities do their own thing at times, which I am always happy to hear. For example, I know that Betchko and Huati are hosting Poundmaker Lodge camps for grief, wellness, addictions recovery, and so on, which I think is a great initiative because it helps people both in the short term with their trauma and the long term, which may be a decision to seek additional treatment in another form, potentially in the south at an addictions recovery center. So those, I just recently sent a letter to all the Indigenous governments saying that we have a variety of agreements available. Not all of them have been taken up, and I really encourage you to spend our money that has been approved in the budget and allocated for these mental wellness and addictions recovery issues. And if there's something more specific that you're looking for, by all means, talk to me afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Narasu?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thankful for the Premier and all our cabinet colleagues, for ministers for being here today. And I'm grateful for the comments that have been made by all the other mayors and leaders from your respective communities. I think it's obvious that we have challenges in our communities. One thing that I've come to learn in my short time here is that I'm grateful that we have a process like this where we can share the issues. Oftentimes we don't have the ability to, we look at the issues from our particular perspectives from our community. And I think this vehicle allows us to share the issues and the challenges we have, and also to collaborate and support each other on dealing with those challenges that we're facing. And as much as sometimes we think we're different from each other, many of the issues and many of the concerns are very similar. I think just listening to Mayor Erwin Elias and his comments about a funeral being held in Tuktoyaktuk as a result of a person taking their life. The same issue happened with a young lady from Fort McPherson on Wednesday. And it's not going to stop happening until we ensure that there's a certain hope in our communities and in our people. And part of that requires a certain amount of bold leadership. And sometimes we just can't, as one would say, policy should not be the basis by which we make decisions, but rather allow ourselves to be a little more innovative than that. I understand the nature of policies because I was in government. But I think we need to be a little more innovative in our thinking when we're dealing with the issues that our communities are challenged by. I want to say, I just want to make a comment on one matter that concerns me and has been concerned me for a long time. I have other issues I want to talk about, but it's the whole issue of this idea of First Nation governments and the application of Section 35. If one reads that section, it's not about just land claims. It's about treaties. It's about the protection of First Nations, Métis, and Inuit, and their rights and interests. And oftentimes we forget that there are First Nation governments in our communities. they're called band councils. And while I understand the comments that have been made that the territorial government doesn't have a direct relationship to them, they do get a lot of resources on behalf of delivering services to those communities in the Northwest Territories. So it's incumbent upon our government to have a working relationship with them. And I'm going to give you a good example of why that becomes really important. For the last 3 years, I've been working in partnership with the Tetakwitchin Band Council and the Hamlet. We developed a community energy plan. The Tetakwitchin Band Council took responsibility for developing a housing plan that's sitting in the housing NWT that lays out the housing needs for the community of Fort McPherson. The community also did their own research and work on issues that were related to the whole issue of our community being affected by climate change. And I'll give you an example of just what the report says. You move the St. Matthew's Church, Anglican Church, you move some graves to the west side, or move all the graves, move the houses, move William McFirth Health Center, move Charles Cooey Building, don't build on slopes. I'm really grateful to Mayor Irwin Elias and Tyrone and my good friend there for sitting down with me and talking about their strategies. But those are the issues that are being affected right now by climate change in our communities. And this is just Fort McPherson. And when I see the policies that are being proposed, when you ignore those, especially the bands or those agents in the communities that are taking leadership roles in putting all of this together and presenting it to you as a government, and then being ignored, and the resourcing and negotiations are occurring that undermine or have no relationship or no input from community governments, you're not going to get the best resolution and solutions possible. Because many of the people here see the issues and the concerns and challenges in our communities. It's important that we work together, but you can't leave a group of leaders away outside of the table. Because often they're not here, and they're not at the processes that are being developed. So I want to encourage our government to make certain, and the Member of Parliament who, in my view, has done some good and excellent work on supporting the communities. And by the way, the community energy plan that I've worked on is a result of a program called Indigenous Off-Diesel Initiative. And Natural Resources Canada developed this with the idea of direct relationship with First Nation communities. But I want to say this, that when it comes to the Northwest Territories, you need to change the energy policies of the NWT to encourage more renewable energy development in our communities. The very point that was raised, the net metering policies in the government is not conducive to significant investment in communities. And I think there needs to be a really good conversation about that. And while I'm raising it here today, I'm going to tell the members of the cabinet and hopefully my colleagues elsewhere that I intend to seek an opportunity to speak to the standing committee and to colleagues to make some recommendations on how that we can move that forward. And I'll share that with all my colleagues around the table. But I'll take that time. I needed to say that because today I think there's lots of good work that is being done in the communities. And there's lots of processes that are out there that are not supporting the good efforts of communities in this, and placing a lot of opportunities at risk. And it's to improve the well-being of our communities. And I just wanted to say that. And by the way, one other thing, I said this before. I don't know if everybody has heard it, but under the guidance of my good wife, Trina Nersu, and all her work, Fort McPherson, and thank you to Michael McLeod and the Minister of Natural Resources Canada. But we in Fort McPherson were able to get the first net zero building north of the Arctic Circle in the Northwest Territories. But we're going to need more help and more support to make this real. And I was thinking of my colleague from Polituck. They need support too, and so do all the other communities, particularly in the thermal communities that are looking to reduce diesel use, but to improve the quality of green energy in our communities. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for your valuable points and the analogy, actually. I always like to learn from people, and so I'll try to keep that one in my pocket. I think you're right. I think it's important that we all work together. There's no government alone. That's a hint for the federal government too. There's no government alone that can do things. We need to work in partnership. We need to consult better. And that's why, like, when I first took over this assembly a few years back, I know that we had a group of Indigenous leaders through devolution, our Intergovernmental Council, but there were some Indigenous communities that weren't part of that. So that's why we started two different groups as well in this government. We started the Council of Leaders, which all Indigenous communities have a representative on, or if they're part of land claims, it might be that organization sitting on it. But everybody has someone there, or welcome to have someone there. And then the Modern Treaty and Self-Government group as well, that is looking at implementation of the agreements, because I was kind of naive. I thought once they were done, it was all good, but some of these implementations have been going on for like almost, well, not almost, half as old as I am anyway. And I think that it's important that we do that. I know at the devolution group, the Intergovernmental Council, we'll be working on what's called the Arctic and Northern Policy Framework. Hopefully, most of you are aware of that. It's a list of our needs that we worked together with communities, and we gave it to the federal government, and we're hoping that the federal government will implement that Arctic and Northern Policy Framework, and we can work with the Intergovernmental Council to address how that will look. What steps we're taking with that. We also, with the council leaders, some really important work there. So if you're not represented there, please come. I think it's at the end of this month, 27th to 29th. We're looking at the implementation of the United Nations Declaration for Indigenous People. I've said all along that declaration needs to be by Indigenous governments, not by the JNWT. It's Indigenous governments, in my opinion, declaration, and so they need to have control over that. And one of the bigger things that they're taking on really hands-on is the review of every housing policy. I know that Minister Chun has been working on with the Indigenous government, so I'm looking forward to that too. I also know that we need more with communities as well, and our problem is that there's a lot of communities, 33 here, and so that's why we have a minister responsible for the communities, that hopefully he can pass on some of the information. But maybe we do need to have a conversation in cabinet. Like, I can't do more tables. I can't do the bilaterals with each community. There's not enough time in a year. But maybe we just need to look at how we do the consultation better when we're looking at major projects. So I hear that, and I'll take note of that, and I'll actually have a discussion with cabinet on how we can do that better going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Last question goes to Mayor Yali.
Thank you. I'm from the hamlet of Toledo. I got a number of concerns I have from my community here that I want to bring forward. And I want to thank the minister and the premier, the premier and the ministers to be here to listen to our concerns. And also Michael McLeod from a member of parliament. First of all, I want to thank Michael McLeod and the member of parliament for the funding that we got for the modular home for Toledo for $4.8 million, which we have set up in Toledo now today. We have a subdivision built. It's already going into play, being set up as we speak. These 8 modular homes is just a start for what we need in our community. We still need more homes for our people, and there's I'll start off with housing issues. We have a number of issues with housing too also, like everybody else. You know, there's the rent scale is one, the rent cap is another one. I keep getting calls from, not a call, but I'm getting a call from a couple in Toledo, which their home is very badly damaged, and yet they're still sitting in there. And I'm hearing that this house is actually condemned, but they're still in there. You know, and I'm getting calls from these individual couple, and I need someone or even, you know, help. So we can help these two, the couple here to get another home. Just the home that they have, I think it is one of the HAP units that they have. I'm not sure, but there's another, you know, in Toledo, there's a number of houses that are very old. I don't know if housing can like, I'm hearing other delegates saying that it's costly to tear them down and then to build new ones. But we still there's homeless. We know there's homelessness in Toledo too. We notice that. Arrears is another problem. It's a huge problem in my community. The other one I want to bring up is the medical travel. We have a number of complaints about medical travel in the community. People are getting bumped to go to their appointments. And when they make appointments, sometimes they have to wait another 3 or 4 or 5 months before they can get another appointment. You know, based on the airlines are the ones that are bumping these people off. And that's not right. When a person is concerned about their health and they need to get out, and it's coming from the health center that these people need to get out, and yet they're getting bumped. You know, and when they get people come here and yell, like sometimes they can't get home. They have to stay here for a week, 2 weeks before they can get back home because they're getting bumped to go back home. You know, and the other issue is that I know we've got air ambulance. I think there's only one air ambulance that goes travel into the Satu area. What if you have 2 medical issues at the same time and you can't take both? That happened in Toledo. One person had to stay behind in Toledo for a number of days, and then he left to go to get medical assistance in Yellowknife. That's another one. The other one I wanted to bring up is this COVID issue. We spent a number of dollars for what we did for Toledo, and we did a number of things for our community, for our people. Right off the bat, I got a breakdown of the finances that we spent on behalf of the hamlet. And we used up this money, and it's going to affect the programs that we need to do in Toledo. I've been asking for this funding to get back to us, brought back to us. It could be in lump sum, doesn't matter, as long as we get something back. Because we used a number of our dollars for what we did for our people. You know, money is money, but when it comes to a human being, a person, that's a different story. We were looking after our community. Our first priority was the elders and the young people. When we went through this COVID issue here, there's I can give you a few things that we've done. We got hotels together. We had a camp put together, a camp set up for people that had COVID. We separate the people that had COVID in the families. We separated the families. The ones who were affected, we put them in these buildings. And we were supplying them with groceries and food delivered to them. And we had our arena open in case of, they need a place to go or to stay or whatever. We had the airlines to try to assist us for people to come in and out. We denied people to come into our community from south of the territories. We don't mind territory people coming from the territories. That was fine. But when coming from Alberta, we said no. We had a leadership meeting in Toledo, and the leadership had said no. We don't want nobody coming into our community. We had the chief of the band, and the 2 land corporation presidents, and myself, who were having these meetings on the COVID issue. Excuse me. But we have a number of projects that are in Toledo now that we held back people from coming in that are supposed to be going up. We have a new health center that's supposed to be coming up. They got the pile drivings in so far. They still got to come, and we got a health center unit residence that's going up. We got another project that's coming in. It's the RCMP building, and there's a number of projects. When we got a Formal Creek trail, and we're looking at a barrier bridge project that's in our back door. And I hear people saying about training. That's one of the issues that we need to in Toledo. We don't have qualified people in our community to service a furnace or a boiler or a carpenter. You know, if we to fly somebody into the community to do service on our community, on our buildings, it costs a lot of money. We're not any different than any other people, community. I think the whole community, and the 33 communities are probably all in the same boat. You know, I'm going to stress really on medical travel here too, because people were like, I heard somebody mention that they were sent home after they were given Tylenol. There's 2 incidents and 2 people that passed away because of situations like that. You know, and when we, and we have an elders council in Toledo. I go to their elders council meeting and listen to the people of the elders concerned. There's a lot more that I can bring up that they wanted me to bring up, but we only have a time limit here. So I'll just leave that and let if the public minister will answer my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Housing and health?
Okay, Polly and I are doing rock, paper, scissors for who starts. Thank you for your comments, Mayor Yali. I hear complaints about medical travel every day. Some of the complaints are within my jurisdiction. The GNWT administers the medical travel program. So where there are gaps in making arrangements for people to travel, or the accommodation and food is not adequate, that is something that I can do something about. The airlines bumping passengers, I don't know what the resolution to that is. I've heard that it's a problem, not just in Toledo, but in other places as well. when I was in Ulukhaktuk last summer, I heard that medical travel was a minimum of 5 days to go from Ulu to Yellowknife return. So it's quite a big undertaking. We have 2 air ambulances working at any given time in the Northwest Territories. They are not allocated to any community or region. They're allocated on the basis of need. So there is a coordination center that looks at what the medical emergencies are, as described by the health centers, and they dispatch those air ambulances to the highest need and then the next highest need. And they just keep circulating until they've picked everyone up who needs to be forwarded to Yellowknife or beyond for medical assessment and treatment. It's my understanding that the federal government provided $160 million to Indigenous governments and Indigenous government organizations in the NWT to offset the costs of COVID. So given that understanding, we are not at this time in possession of any additional COVID funding to provide to communities. In the event that there is another outbreak, we will again support communities in responding to that. But at this point, if I understand you correctly, you're looking for a refund for money spent on COVID. I have to tell you, and it's not good news, that there is no refund coming to you from the GNWT. If you have other questions that you want to ask me, I'll be here for the banquet as well and happy to discuss with you.
Thank you so much, Mayor Yali, for your comments as well. And housing has been such a huge issue and a priority of this government. Right now, for your community, I wanted to congratulate you as well too for the receiving of the co-investment funding. It's out of the Sawtooth, Toledo, and Good Hope were the both successful applicants in your area. And what housing has done is when we did find out, and I got more familiar with the co-investment funding that was out there, that we did end up hiring staff to travel throughout the Northwest Territories to encourage community governments and Indigenous governments to apply for the program. And today we've seen 17 applications coming forward as well too, and with the strong work that's been done between the GNWT and MP McLeod as well too, and the federal ministers, that we're able to see such a strong housing rollout throughout the territory. And also, we're going to be seeing a number of repairs that are going to be done throughout the Northwest Territories as well too, because we did receive some more federal funding, but the reality is we're not able to repair every single unit in the Northwest Territories, and we're not able to house every single person on the wait list as well too, but we are trying our best to be working with Indigenous governments. I had mentioned earlier that the Indigenous governments did receive a significant amount of distinction-based funding, and we are hopefully looking to work with them as well too, to see where we could better create partnership together as well too. And in the Sawtooth specifically, we've just signed a memorandum of agreement, and also with the Clecho as well too. And for some of the units that are being that are vacant in your community as well too, we have been working with the land claim organization as well too. So we are going to be seeing some unit transfers in your community as well. But we were scheduled to be traveling into the Sawtooth the week of the 13th. I think that is this week, or did it just pass? I don't
It
even.
was the Monday of this
Okay, yeah, we're actually supposed to be in a Sawtooth, but this meeting took precedent over that to travel as well too. But I'm more than open to be meeting with your community as well too, and with your leadership to discuss further housing solutions as we go forward. And I am familiar with the file that you did express as well too, and I would like to bring that back and speak with local and Indigenous governments as well in your region to find a solution to help the individuals. Masi.
Thank you. And yeah, we could probably transition. We don't actually call this the bear pit anymore, but I know colloquially we love to call it the bear pit. But we could probably turn it into a little survivor game and see who can last till the very end and continue to pepper you with questions, because we have a whole list still of people, but Cabinet's not going anywhere. Well, some people can't make it back to the dinner, but feel free to email, send them a call. I'm sure they'd be happy to set up a meeting with your council to discuss your issues more in depth. With that comes to the end of our official part of the AGM. We do have our closing banquet and many presentations and more awards tonight than we've ever given out in the past. So we hope you'll be able to join us tonight, 6:30, back in this room. And a big thanks to Aon for sponsoring tonight's gala. See you back in an hour.